Good evening and welcome. So, Factorio, what is this game? I've been all over that little beetle of sort in Hollow Knight. And I am so happy that I'm playing Hollow Knight. I am so enjoying it. I actually forgot to make a video today for Factorio. I didn't know what I wanted. I had the script for it. I had actually the save games for it. But you know, it was like broken up, so it wasn't like sitting down and have like just like, oh, the kids now they need lunch, now they need to be taken somewhere, and then they need to go back and they need to visit someone. So it's like, oh, I have like half an hour or 1 hour or 1.5 hours. So like, I can't be bothered to. I can't start recording. I need like a good chunk of stuff. So use that as a excuse to play some Hollow Knight instead. And of course, I had to start a new game because I don't want to be exploring too much outside of what we do. So I'll have to start a new game. So it's pretty decent day. I can see why you've been subscribed for so long. Thank you. Yeah, and Pretz, thank you for the Prime. Welcome, brand new subscriber. Yeah, so we're this today and next Sunday. That's when we're going to continue on a Sunday basis doing Factorio streams. And then in the interim, the Mondays and Wednesdays and whatever other days, maybe Thursday this week, maybe Saturday this week, depends. So do stay up to date on the Discord announcement and all that stuff. So if you want to keep your streak going, so there might be a Wednesday, or no, there might be a Thursday stream, and there might be a Saturday stream. Probably not both. But anyway, that's. On Wednesday, I am going to be streaming some Microtopia. Yes, Microtopia has another update with blueprints and such. And Rieta, thank you for the 5 months. And welcome, thank you. So we're going to take a look at that. It's a sponsored stream and also will be a sponsored YouTube video. I thought that might make sense since things are a little bit quiet and it was a game that was surprisingly fun. So if they want to do another showcase on the channel, I thought, yeah, you know what, let's do that. I think that makes sense. Because this is exactly the reason why sponsorships or how sponsorship works on my channel. If there wasn't a sponsorship, I would probably just be, or I would be just chugging along with more Hollow Knight. But what you get as a company with a sponsorship, then you sort of get a slot in the agenda on the schedule, but you don't get to dictate the like the story, what I'm saying, but you get to have me actually play it because it is a crowded schedule when I have so few days of streaming. Yeah. So that also means you have to remember when you're here to renew your subs, because I'm not going to be here every day. So do it while I'm online, preferably on Sundays because that's Factorio Day. That's, well, actually also preferably the other day, so I can see that there is at least a little bit of interest. Also, Streamlabs have stopped working, so I can't do the daily subs count anymore. That doesn't reset anymore, so that sucks. But whatever. I don't think it made much of a difference. It was just like clutter mostly. So most days it was like 3, 5 or something, and then sometimes it's like 120. So it's all over the place. There's no consistency in that. So having it as a counter or a measure doesn't really make a lot of sense. Except maybe someone looks at it and go like, really? 7? Let's get some there. Maybe. I don't know. You're always welcome. So yeah, so what are we going to do in Factorio today? Well, we finished up for our masterclass. Oops, that was not what I wanted to open. Now I opened my DaVinci. Need to close that again. Yeah, so last time we were looking at spaceships, and I think we're going to go, well, we are going to continue with the spaceships. We're going to do some more testing, especially those damn annoying interrupts, to see if they actually work. I do have a little bit of suggestions, and there were some suggestions on Discord about how to improve it. Also some misunderstanding about what my intention were, but we're definitely going to be trying to just have it chug along and go there for something. Yeah. Didn't set up an export of Blyflux on Gleba. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a good point. Talk. Good evening. Ronya, that's a good point. That actually probably is a good idea to do that. I think it was, well, I do know why, and that was because when I made the bioflux, I didn't think of it as an export. So I think I'm going to wrap it up into when we get started on go back to novice and set up the biter farms. And then we'll sort of, as biter farms, just take a look at Gleba and go like, hey, you also want to export it. That kind of makes sense, right? Because you don't really need, or you don't need to export bioflux from Gleba until you start making biters or biter croissants on novice. So, you know, hello, good evening, and welcome. Yeah, so that's, I think that's how it works. Obligatory update last stream to TV channels, please. I have no idea what that means. TV channels? It's a 99-month streak. Thank you. That also means that, like, more interesting is that I actually started streaming 100 months ago, 99 months ago, right? So 100 months ago, that's 8 years and a bit. It's been a while. It's one of those things. I remember when I started, I was looking at some of the people who've been around for a long time, like Day 9, for example. And yeah, I don't know, maybe mainly Day 9, but also some other ones that I don't follow so much anymore. But, and I was sort of like seeing like, oh, 67 months or 83 months. Like, they're like crazy. Like, imagine having so loyal an audience. Yeah, the TT channel. Yeah. Yeah, Sasha, I'm way behind on that. Yeah. Hey, Sabri guy, thank you for the 72 months. That's 6 years. And
welcome home.
Pondera, thank you for the prime, brand new prime. Lovely. And apparently that triggered a random hype train. Whatever. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, I need to do that. I'm so lazy with it. It's unbelievable. It's not really like a big deal or a big effort, but it's just one of those things that just never get around to it. It's also because I can't do it in one sitting. I have to schedule 2 sittings for it, because at first I have to go through and figure out which ones I have exported, and then the ones that I have not exported, I have to export them, and then I have to wait until the export completes, and then I can set it up. So, can you do a logistics tutorial video of your big ship? That's what I'm doing. A logistics tutorial video on your big ship. You mean like the one for my mega base? That is what I'm gonna do, but I need the pieces first. So for Prometheum, if that's what you mean, then Prometheum, it's not gonna be a tutorial, but it's gonna be like, yeah, let's play or whatever it is. First I did the ship. So now we can get Prometheum. Then I'm gonna do quantum chips. Then I'm gonna do biters. And then once we have the 3 things needed, then I'm going to take the next one and sort of how we adapt it and piece it together to actually have it come together to that. That's how I imagine that it will be done. So there'll be a few more weeks until it gets there, unfortunately. But if you watch the streams, then you can see it. If you Patreon support, you can see you can just grab the save games or the blueprints, and then you can see how it actually works. So it's not completely, it's not impossible for you to see, but I don't make a YouTube video yet. It's gonna take some time, because that's also kind of the only thing I really have going. I have my masterclass and I have my my mega base, and once the mega base is done, then I only have masterclass, and then I need something else on YouTube. And right now I'm playing Hollow Knight, but I can't release Hollow Knight videos on YouTube. That just doesn't make any sense. So I'm gonna need to have something else. Maybe some Microtopia. You don't know. Well, I don't know. Who knows? No one knows. Or, you know, there could be any number of things that we could that could come up. Or maybe it might be like, hey, fuck it, let's go back to Satisfactory, or something like that. Or hopefully Dyson Sphere will suddenly come out and go like, ta-da, and then we'll drop everything and go straight into Dyson Sphere, and then my YouTube channel will be busy. That's the plan. So yeah. So that's no, I'm not gonna play Satisfactory Plus. I have no interest. No interest at all. Nope, not at all. I tried, but I couldn't muster a single bit of interest. It is Yeah. What about blueprints? I'm done with it. I did 3 of the 4 secret endings, so the last one is just an immense grind. I know how to get it, and I was getting there, and I was like, no, I don't want to do that. It's done. So blueprints is very much done. My factory megabase, it's going to use LTN. Yeah, I would not do that. Definitely not use LTN. I don't see why you would want to. First of all, LTN has been outdated for 3 years since the train limits was introduced. So, and on top of that, you don't really need trains for mega basing in what's it called? Yeah, in Space Age. All right, so the hype train is not getting anywhere. 7 subs to complete level 1. Yeah. For crafting legendary quality modules. Lurker number 5. Thank you for the 42 months. For crafting legendary quality modules, which requires a multi-step of crafting the ingredients. At which step do I start upcycling? How do I determine the way of approach for items that have multi-step crafting, like crafting modules? You can do it 2 ways. I have previously, or in the first iteration, I was doing everything legendary, or everything with quality modules. So I got like as much quality as possible, which meant that I had a lot of intermediate quality items, and I needed to also balance the intermediate quality red circuits and blue circuits between the different ones. And it really didn't work. It worked, and it's technically better, but I don't think it actually is very valuable. So what I'm going to do this time around, I think this is what I've at least designed, is only do the level 3s with quality. So you make level 1 with speed modules, level 2 with speed modules, and level 3 with quality modules. So, will there be a masterclass for a quality job? Yes, eventually when that makes sense, but I think I'm going to do it in a little bit different way. So, going to make a new Let's Play with a new city blocks. Yes, for 2.1. So when 2.1 comes out, yes, I will start a new one, but not before. It's already been asked before. Will your masterclass also call quality items? Yes, it already is. It already is. But it's for me. Well, the first time I played Space Age, quality was the biggest new thing, so I wanted to get into it early. And even then, I still held back because I knew that it was going to be a resource sink. So I wanted to sort of have a base that I could actually do something before I jump into it and just start burning resources into nothing. But I still started too early. And then that's why for the masterclass and then the subsequent series based on the masterclass, I'll be doing it much later. I'll be doing some things will just be chugging along, making solar panels, and then some solar panels will turn out to be quality, sure. But not, I'm not going to be making a quality hub until I have legendary, basically. Because I don't really feel, I mean, maybe make it up to rare quality. I just don't know, because currently my base is really small because I've been focusing on getting to each planet, unlocking it, and getting them going. So then once we're done with that, then it's after Kleber, it's back to it's interplanetary logistics. Then it's back to Navis for productivity modules. And then it's Aquilo, setting up Aquilo base. And then we sort of have, now we have everything unlocked. We can launch the final rocket and be happy and win the game and then be done. And from there, then that's the point where I think that it makes sense to go. If you don't want to just end the game and be done with it, then this is the time when you start making quality items, because you then have an ambition of making a bigger base than just one to complete the game. So I think that's the one that I think that's how it makes the most sense for me, at least. Okay, she must disregard the LDS shuffle. That's the whole point. That's why I'm not doing quality now, because quality will be even more late game than it already was. You could easily make a pretty good upcycler, a casino ship, just pretty early, but it's not worth it when that doesn't exist. So there's more after Aquilo, absolutely. But I think that makes sense. I think it makes sense to do it this way, because if you are getting into the game and if you want to play the game and experience the game and you're kind of getting stuck and you need help, you come to my channel and get some advice and some ideas, and maybe you copy it, maybe you take the blueprints, maybe you just get inspired by it. Either way, the natural progression should be towards completing the game. Once the game is then completed, then that's a good time to sort of go like, well, if you don't want to just complete the game but actually want to make it a little bit nicer and bigger, then let's dive into that. And that will be sort of subsequent, like we did for the previous masterclass. First we did all the normal things, and once we'd gone through the normal things, we sort of have another one that said like endgame versions of all the science, endgame version of something, which is then a new set of masterclasses that will be blue circuit upcycler, for example. And then we'll basically have everything that can be upcycled as masterclass if we want to upcycle it, so that you can basically say, oh, I need blue sticks. Okay, well, let me just stamp down a blueprint that takes a city block, and then that just outputs blue sticks, and then we're happy. YouTube about sprites, Factorio sprites. No, I have not. What is about the YouTube Factorio sprites? I do not know. Yeah, but I think it makes sense, instead of sort of before Aquilo going on a giant detour to get quality, which is not really necessary. Train megabase aren't exactly needed anymore. I've never been able to make a proper megabase before the Space Age DLC, so I wanted to try my hand in making megabase like they would be before DLC, but with the DLC enabled. Oh, okay. Well, sure. You just end up to figure out that it's not really gonna work. Because you can't transport. Well, you can probably because of product. No. The issue is that the amount of resources you need is really hard to transport on trains. So if you transport ore on trains, which is how you usually would do it in vanilla, in the base game, then you're gonna end up just, okay, that gets consumed so damn quick. And then you need to transport the green circuits on another train over to your red circuit factory. And then you just go like, yeah, I can't get things into trains and move the trains fast enough to make sense. And then you'll sort of have like 8 or 16 wagons and then have 4 machines building. Then it's just going to be really silly. That's my take on it. Because things are so fast in Space Age that you have a giant long train and then you have a couple of machines just outputting it, and then it'll still be waiting for trains instead of waiting for machines. So that's why I don't think it's a good idea. City blocks. You can do that, sure, but that's not me. Both too small of a capacity and bases are much smaller, but then added productivity. Yes. So the whole idea of sort of you need to go really far away to get a decent iron deposit, and you bring that iron deposit back, that doesn't exist anymore. And transferring ore as a liquid, yes, but then you're also just kind of not really. Yeah, I agree. That's I also looked at it, and then after I did that, I was like, why? I'm just it is yeah, I don't. I thought it would make sense, but it doesn't, in my opinion. How about I run with different plans sometime? You're welcome to do that. That's not what I do. I don't do mods. I don't do challenge runs generally. Not anymore. Because it takes a long time to play Space Age. It's going to take between 200 and 500 hours. So doing sort of some city setup is a hell of a commitment. To some gimmick that I'm not really particularly interested in, and then starting on Gleba, it's like, yeah, okay, so that generates a little bit of interest that you start on Gleba, but after you get off Gleba, then it's going to be completely the same thing. So you basically commit to 100 hours because the first 20 hours are really unique. That's a bad deal for me. I'd much rather play another game. Old... Old sweat hand. Welcome, thank you for the 6 months. Of your blueprint for satellites in Megabase in the book. 3 city blocks for a single assembler. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, see your point later into the making of my Megabase, but we'll just see. Yeah, I mean, it's not because it's impossible. It's just the point of when you go into Megabase territory, there's a very much focus on efficiency and effectiveness and optimization, and then you choose some kind of metric that goes against that. And they're like, well, you can just make it difficult for yourself, but I mean, yeah, it's just going to be more difficult. Could you imagine sub bombs in space age? A single bomb could near cripple Aquilos's database. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine it. I think that my content has changed since then, and I'm not saying it's not coming back, but it's yeah, I think yeah, I don't know, it feels different now. I think a big part of it is so why did we do bombs and biters? Several different reasons. Tallman, thank you for the tier 2 for 76 months.
Welcome home.
Nice. Yeah, so I did it for 2 reasons, 3 reasons, whatever, many reasons. Among the reasons are, like, I was streaming 6 days a week, so I had way too much stream time. I don't have that anymore, which meant, and then I was almost exclusively doing Factorio content, and then sometimes a little bit of Factorio, a little bit of Satisfactory or some other thing on the side, but it was mainly Factorio content on the channel. And then 6 days a week, it wasn't just Factorio 6 days a week, of course, but it was like at least 3 days a week of Factorio. And then as soon as one series started, then the next ended, then the next one started. So I had to do something to make it unique and interesting, and of course also incentivize bits and subs, because that was a really big part of it. I have since then moved over to base more of my income on Patreon than it on Twitch and YouTube, because that's what I like. This is why I'm doing the blueprints are now a Patreon thing, because I think it's better to have more reliable on Patreon. That sort of, I can always make blueprints, I can always make save games for every game, and that just kind of makes sense to do that. While in relying on coming up with a new and more extreme gimmick than bombs and biters just to sort of put food on the table just wasn't sustainable. And especially as I wanted to cut down on the number of streaming days, then gimmick builds are less relevant, because it's a big commitment. Also stuff like modded, like Factorio, that kind of thing. It's fine if you stream 6 days a week and also make it into YouTube content, it makes sense. But if I'm doing 3 days a week and I want to do masterclasses one day, then I basically have 2 days of other stuff. Then I'm not going to be doing that Factorio gimmick play on those. I'm going to have time to sort of, when Dyson comes in, then that's going to take over the schedule. When Satisfactory comes in, whatever, like something comes in, and then I'm committing myself to that for a couple of months. And yeah, that's kind of how I'm doing it now. And yeah, have any plans to play the new Dying Light? No, I didn't. I played Dying Light because I thought it was, when the first one came out, was extremely beautiful game. And I played it, I don't know why, but somehow it just really appealed to me. And I remember just standing there and looking at the sunset just coming through some leaves, and it was beautiful. I was like, oh fuck, I should not be watching the sunset. And then it turned into an FPS game, and I was like, why am I playing this? I don't get it. Now I can play this on YouTube, so just watch someone who can actually play the game and got all the enjoyment out of it. So definitely Dying Light is not a game for me. Small mod that nerfs recycling but buffs quality modules, and I found that it made quality much more fun. Hope that will do that too. But buffs quality modules. Oh, okay, yeah. So basically, a gimmick playthrough would be something you do if you feel like it instead of something you feel a requirement. I don't think yes, but I don't think a gimmick playthrough is gonna happen. Like, oh, but not using trains, or but starting on Gleba, or by something, and I was like, yeah, it's too much of a commitment because Factorio Space Age is such a big game that it's just too much. It's like there's also a reason why. Well, it's one of the many reasons why space exploration is just not relevant, because even if I wanted to, then it would be like I can't commit so many hours, because it'll basically be like that's gonna be my schedule until Christmas if I'm lucky, and no one wants to see that. So that's why I'm going in, I'm playing a little game here, I'm playing something else, I'm diving into something, and then I'm playing Hollow Knight. So if you're not into Hollow Knight, come join and have fun with us on the Hollow Knight days, because I am having an absolute blast, and I don't suck as much as I did in the first episodes. It's an absolutely amazing game. So if you want to just hang out and be part of that, then that's what I do the other days. And I really like that. I love it, even though it is woefully unprofitable. Like, I really shouldn't be streaming an evening for 5 subs. I really shouldn't, but it's just kind of, I love it and I want to play it, so I do. Yeah. So that's kind of how it is. But and that extra practice paid off in your skill expression for sure. Thank you. It does feel a lot smoother. I was actually looking at other players. Like I was just like, not speedruns because insane, but people sort of making guides and stuff. Because I was like, how do I get there? And I was like, okay, they're not like, they're not that much better than me. So it's nice to know that I think I can play the game. There are still some things where I'm like, oh, really? That seems so unreasonable. Plus, also when we get double jump, then it'll be another mechanic to throw into the mix of sort of manipulating going around. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but yeah, it's interesting. So let's jump into Factorio tonight. There. All right. Continue masterclass 1? Yeah. Boop. Okay, so a few things. Let's actually go to editor mode here. Yeah, so this makes sense to This obviously needs to go back, but then it also needs to go up. There you go, right? Does this work? No, it does not, because this spoils too. So it should actually be built like this, I think. Oh, are these still fucked? Yes, they are. Oops. Ooh. That needs a condition as well. Easy. That actually is surprisingly nice that it works like this. And this one will read orbital content. It'll be when there is a request from orbit, then it will put them in. In the meantime, it just sits in here and waits. How much? What's the launch capacity? 1,000. So that's one. This is one, two. This is 2 rockets full. Cool. It's so annoying that it doesn't work with these. Like, what they really should do is like put the fuel in here, and when this one's full, then put the rest in here. It's so obvious that that's what they should do, but man, they have not. Which makes exporting loading structures, blue circuits, and something else really annoying. Then there was a comment by... Was that on stream chat? Yeah, I think it was. Next to plastic. Making... making blue circuits as well. What do you guys think of that? Like making blue circuits up here? Here-ish. So that it becomes self-reliant. This is not fast. Sorry, Timmons. I know, but I thought that you were just saying 8 years and 3 months because it was 99 months. So it's all good. Way to make spaceship wait until I loaded cargo onto a planet. What? Until I unload cargo to a planet. You can, if you insist that it doesn't leave until it has none of these, then you just set the condition. You can set the condition for departing to be item count equals 0. So it doesn't depart until it has 0. There we go. That's it. My preference is every planet should be self-reliant. Yeah, I know that people think that. I kind of feel it's... in terms of rockets, yeah, I understand it. Aquila Corvette. Ah, man, this is what we were working on. So let's continue on this because I want this one to be operating. So what we have here is I think it's a pretty good system you have here. Except that it's not really sending much through. This could be way more. I need more storage here. So this could easily be 1,000. And this could also be 1,000. Because this is our safety storage as well. We don't have a storage inside here. So the only storage we have is on the belt. So I want it to be a lot. More cargo base for higher input per planet ship. Yes, but not at this point. That's a mega base consideration. I wonder if it overfills. No? Okay, that one got there quick. The other one. We want to make sure that it actually can put 1,000 of each on here. Oh, the other belt is stuttering. So what is... 150, 150. So that's 450 times 4. That's 1,800. Okay, so I don't think it actually can fit. See, that one has gotten stuck. That's not good. There's something iffy about this. Like, what is the... How did this happen? 300. So why is this happening? Oh, these are set to all. Okay, so that's the issue. They're exporting everything because Oh no, it goes from the inside to the outside to that. Okay, well that's kind of obviously wrong. What is this line actually doing? I don't know. This is outputting what should be picked up, right? Red minus green. There's nothing on green. Oh, right. That's why. Okay, this doesn't work. It obviously has to be red minus green. Good. Green, red, minus green. So it's this 150 minus whatever we have. That means the only one that's active. That means from here, it's actually not this one, but it's this one. Right? Yes. So now it's only picking up ice. Good. All right. Good. Right before Clever in the loop for the Clever Freighter, and you basically make LDS and blue circuits there for free. I mean, everything is for free. Are you missing a wire? So now, and I don't think I'm missing a wire. I think I was just hooking up from here to here instead of from here to here. So this makes sense. But why are you... Oh, when I undid this, they actually still... Okay, never mind. We have the recirculator here. This one. Oh, that's not it. This one. You. Which one is active? This one's active. Yes. Go, 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 go. This one will just slowly build. Why did it stop? Oh, right. Because this one is active. Okay, cool. But at least one of these will always be active and just kind of empty something of belt. Okay, look at the belt is better. Yay, we managed to empty this. So now we are just looking for the ice. And if I look at this one, too much, and this one is slowly building up a little bit. Okay, so this works. I should also be here. Ooh, I don't like this. I don't like the fact that this sign here is... Yeah, I should use this signal as well, which is on the green signal for this. Yes. So this one will be now when it's... They should no longer receive from the belt. There. But they should just be when it's greater than 0. And this one is greater than 0. There. Alright, so what does that mean? This means that we're now using the signal between the stated maximum and the actual to tell me if I should pick up or insert more on this belt, which is much more safe to do. And then I can go down here where I'm monitoring the belt. I can now see I have 124 too many rockets. This number gets slowly reduced and this number gets slowly reduced. Alright, this increases towards 0 and this decreases towards 0, which is what it should be. Then circuit signals from planet to space platform. No, it is not. That's a gigantic no. But it is possible to cheat in a way to send signals from spaceships to the ground. Because on the ground you have the option, as we use here, to monitor read orbital requests. So you can have special items in orbit that signify that a specific spaceship is now in orbit if you want that. That's what I'm using. Okay. Aquilo Corvette. Shouldn't this have an Aquilo icon in, so it's easier to see. There. And medium freighter. That one should just be all of the inner planets then. There. Ta-da! Isn't there a way via the platform? Nope. It's not possible. That's a deliberate design consideration. I mean, in the sense that you can send requests, you send the request to the planet, so you can have again a request, send it down, but you can't send a message from the planet up to a spaceship, because then it would be really nice. You could say, "Hey, spaceship, I am missing foundries," and the spaceship would go to Volcanus, pick up foundries, and come back. Or it could hover over Volcanus, and then when it receives a request from Gleba that I'm missing foundries, it goes to Gleba. Like, that would be awesome, but nope, that would be too easy. So you have to do milk runs. Hello, I've been following your masterclass, and I noticed that the landing cargo pad is centered even when it moves every 2 tiles. Is there some trick? Suppose you design the city block with the cargo centered. Yes, that's the city blocks is designed so that it matches the best possible location, because rails and cargo base, they jump by 2, and that has to be there. You guys have helped me a lot. Captain Industry recently got an update. Will you play it again at some point, or did you not enjoy it? Best regards. Hello, Odin Son 88. I didn't enjoy it. And it's not really fair to say that like that, but I started streaming it and I wasn't really into it. The problem is with Captain Industry was that it added some things to the end game. And the end game is very far away in Captain Industry. So trains don't make sense to add when you get the trains. They make sense to add when you have in the late game. Aluminium, titanium, rocket, asteroid catching, all that shit is very late game, which meant that I had to play for 150 hours until I actually got to the new stuff, or at least 100 hours. Then divided by 4 streams, that's 25 streams, 3 streams a week, that's 8, that's 2 months of commitment before I even got to see the new things. It just didn't make sense. And as I started playing it, it was like, ah, man, this game is just waiting for construction parts. And then I was just doing a design, and then I was like, all right, now we sit basically for half an hour or an hour or 2 hours just waiting for construction parts. And then when the construction parts are here, I start doing another design, and then it's another waiting for 2 hours for construction parts. So I just don't like the idea of how construction parts take so much of the production. Like, I think that I like the idea of it with maintenance, with fuel, that there is a constant churn of the factory. But I think that when it's 80% of the factory goes on maintaining the factory, it just becomes boring. I mean, it doesn't, because it's maybe like 50% of the factory goes to maintain the factory. The other 50% goes to construction parts just to keep building the factory. And then it's like, okay, yeah, it's just that's yeah, me to a good old YouTube swoosh, yes, but someone still has to play through it, right? And that was the main gripe I had with the game, was that as I was getting more comfortable with it, I wanted to build faster, and there was no way to build faster because it's really difficult to scale up in that game because of the cost of maintenance, and like everything costs to scale up. So you kind of have to scale up a little bit, make it stable, scale up a little bit, make it stable, scale up a little bit, make it stable, because you need the constant production to feed the increased production, which isn't the same in Factorio, because once you have 100 or something, you just stamp them down, and sure, it uses a little bit of power, but whatever. So from that perspective, it just, I could just see that the time investment wasn't worth it. It was boring to play, because it was too much waiting time. Not because the gameplay was boring, but it was just like there was too much waiting time. And the new stuff was so far away that I couldn't really be like, okay, I'm just going to play up to the new stuff, make some YouTube videos and be done with it. Because it was so far away. I was like, I'm not even going to go into that. Which I think is a shame, because I think that it's a beautiful game that does a lot of things right. But construction parts is just not one of them. I think construction parts are overtuned. And I'm harping on that one because I knew that something was wrong with Captain Industry previously. Like, where are we actually going this ship? Are you going? Oh, that's the medium one. Yeah, okay. I thought there was the Aquila one that was going somewhere. Yeah, I was. Where was I? Yeah, so with Captain Industry, yeah, okay, I knew in my previous playthroughs that something was wrong, that I thought it was maintenance mainly, but then I realized that, yeah, maintenance is a big grind, and it's just something that's death spiral inducing. But the fact that the construction parts are so difficult to just build in the quantities you need, then I was like, okay, this is actually it. And as soon as as soon as it dawned on me, then I was like, oh yeah, this game is kind of ruined for me, because I will now forever be looking at the very slow construction parts production and be annoyed about it. Basically, construction parts are a good idea that you need stuff, but in other games, like say Foundry, for example, you also need stuff to build with, or Satisfactory, or Factorio. The cost of building the factory, the fixed cost of making a factory, is very small compared to the running cost of the factory. Like in Factorio, the amount that you spend on science is a lot. It's like 80%, and the amount you spend on building a factory is 10, 20, maybe 5%, depending on sort of if you're in a blitz of building. And that's fine, and it's perfect, and then you can sort of have a crew, and then you always have enough. You basically, once you have a hub, you have enough building materials. That's not the case in Captain Industry, and that's what killed it for me. So that was a very long answer to that. Jeff Widdit, Master is awesome. I picked Factorio back up to follow it. Caught up with you this week, so I added. I don't know what else mods to keep it going. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's try this ship. Is this ship ready? I think it has the mechanics. It is interrupt storage. This is the one where we build all the interrupts. The 3s, the 2s, the 1s. The only thing we can consider here is there was a question about whether it should also, the condition here, shouldn't that also be green, have a green icon here, because you don't want to trigger an exit from a planet unless you're actually ready to exit the planet. So I think that I also need to add that here. Otherwise, it risks going into a location and then wishing out. So I think this one has to be added to all of them. Doesn't that make sense? Oh, mods that add new plans. Ah, okay. Yeah, you're welcome, Odin. It's sometimes if people just put a coin in the old rant machine, then it becomes unstoppable. That's number 3. This one. I have to fix it on the template, otherwise it's completely irrelevant. Let me check. Did that save? Yes. Ooh, that sucks. Whoops. Yes. Interrupts cannot trigger while at a planet and not ready to leave from my testing. Yes, but they need to. How do they know? How do you define ready to leave? If they just come in, and then they're ready to leave if nothing happens. If they drop things off, then they drop it off, and then they're ready to leave. But they need to have the green icon to be signaling what I mean by ready to leave. Because ready to leave for the game and ready to leave for me is not the same thing. Oh dear. I don't know if this is one of those conditions, those cases where if you find yourself in a hole, stop digging, and I keep digging this hole deeper and deeper. It would be really nice to know if this works. Because at least then we can say, okay. Okay, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's 5 and 6. Okay, it's not that many more. And then it's the last of the 2s. What about these? Are they worse? Any planet and... Oops, only one. Okay, almost. There. Template is completed. Or is updated. What? What is this? Didn't I have a blueprint for this? I don't know what this is. This is interrupt configuration. So the point is, you take this, you build, you build your spaceship, and then once you build the spaceship, you stamp this on top, and then you have all of the configuration for this in one place. Like if a ship arrives at Aquilo, doesn't need anything from it, and leaves immediately with no rockets or fuel buffer, standard on Aquilo space. Hey, yeah, of course. Oh, right, okay. In that case, this is why I always have waiting time 15 seconds. They have to be there to make sure that they trigger something. And all requests satisfied, also a good one. If you want them to pick up fuel, then definitely you have to set all requests satisfied. Tested once and forgot about. Sounds likely. Okay, so this is my interrupt storage. Then I'm gonna copy it over to my Aquilo Corvette here. I'm gonna take the spaceships. I actually need it to be called something else. I'm just gonna call it spaceships because I'm not gonna have. Boop. And then it gets copied in here. Then I just need to have it as a home planet somewhere. Where should the home planet be? It should obviously be Aquilo. Ah, obviously this is stupid because this is not actually it. This one should not be like that because it's... Oh, we haven't even unlocked Aquilo yet. Oops. Ta-da! Aquilolicious. And then let's just wait there a little bit and then go back to... there. Okay. And I'm going to take a save before that. There. Go with the resupply that can't trigger on its own planet instead of going through the 18 interrupts. Why did you not go with a resupply that can't trigger on its own planet? A resupply that cannot trigger on its own planet. How does that look? What would that look like? I have the answer, but I can't remember. So let's try and figure it out. So let's say this one was like... I wanted to make an interrupt here that goes to Aquilo. There. And the interrupt is what? It would kind of be something like any request... No, not any request. Any planet import from Aquilo is 0. And then, of course, we'd want to have like a green go command here. There. And oops. And then it would also go to Aquilo and then sit there for a bit here with like that, for example. Right? So something like this. Actually, I can't do it in this one. I have to do it from the other one of the other ships. Because that's too hypothetical. Ah, I just overwrote this, damn it. So this one should have a home planet.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Biltong, thank you for the prime. Items are unavailable on 2 different planets. It'll just go for... right, yes. That was it. Okay, so... when I have a ship that... Oh, fuck, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, actually, I did take a save before I did something stupid. So, let me just not override this ship. Here, let's look at this. Alright, so... this ship wants these things. Because it's an import ship. This is an import ship to Novice that says, hey, oh, right, now I realized that I didn't need this because it was already having that condition. Now I get it. Okay. Anyway. So this requests from different ships. So if I'm just saying I can't trigger from the home planet. Well, that's actually the opposite because I needed to be triggering from the home planet. Because the whole point is that you sit on the home planet and when one of the things is out, then you go to that planet. So you sit on the home planet and then you go out and do an import route. So you go, oh, I'm missing some foundries. So, oh, I'm missing foundries. There are no more foundries on the ship. Then we start a departure towards Volcanus, pick up foundries, come back. Cool. Then the issue is, okay, so what if I need something from Volcanus? Oh, what if... Okay, the issue is then, what if Volcanus doesn't have foundries? So I go to Volcanus. Ah, no foundries. All right, I wait a bit. Nah, still no foundries. Go back to Novice. Oh, I'm missing foundries. Then you go back to Volcanus. And then something else is missing on Fulgora. It will never get to Fulgora because it just keeps going back and forth between Volcanus and Novice. So the only way to do that is, as we found out, is to say, okay, if it also needs something else. So for example, now if I eject this one, it'll realize that it also needs, when it comes back to Novice, it'll realize that it misses both foundry and plastic. And in that case, it'll trigger that it needs to go to Volcanus and then to Gleba and then back again. And only once it's done with that loop, it'll come back. Because in this case, we don't have foundries being made on Volcanus for some odd reason, but it's not. When an interrupt and interrupts, another is resolved. It doesn't. Interrupts on interrupt doesn't work like this. The things that... It'll still go it'll still go to the destination. And what happens, so in this case, you think that you want an interrupt. Then it would go novice to no foundries. Okay, let me go to Volcanus. Then on Volcanus, it would go no foundries, stay on Volcanus. No foundries, stay on Volcanus. No foundries, stay on Volcanus. And your argument was then just say one that can't do this. Then it goes, oh, right. Then it just goes back, or it then goes to Fulgora, where it's something I can't do, and then it comes back. And then it starts bouncing between planets. So I don't think it's easier, because then you would have to have, like, okay, so how would this look? Let's try it. Let's call it not not on Volcanus. That's the trigger. So it might work, but let me see. So that would be any implant 0. What would be this one? This would be anything that imports. It can't be from Nauvis, because that doesn't read. Oh well, yeah. Should I make this interrupt as generic as possible? Because then it has to be like this. And then it also has to say, or it's one of these, right? One of these is true. And it is, circuit condition is not 3, right? And then I'd have to add that to all of these. No, I can't do this, because then I don't know where I'm going. I would have to make a separate one for each. That means each planet has to have one interrupt, and it would also allow it to interrupt. It would have to have one interrupt for each destination planet from each origin planet. Because you have to say, not on Volcanus going to Fulgora, not on Volcanus going to Gleba, not on Volcanus going to Nauvis. That's 3 times the other one. Those are the 3 you add to this ship, and then the other ones. Yes. What would that be like? What would happen? But you'd also need the other ones. You'd also need it to be sitting. You'd need all 12 of these. So you need still 12 interrupts. And you have to have all of them being able to interrupt each other. I don't know why that would be easier. The way I've built it now is that it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah? The original 7 interrupt solution is just the best. Well, this is the one I have, but these 7, this one is unique to this one, but there will be 18 in total, but it will have to be 7 added to either one. Shipping stuff to 1 from 3 others. Yes, you want to have interrupts set so it'll visit only the planet it needs stuff from. Correct? Yes, basically. That was the question from chat. So icy cubes. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just not really sure that it could very well work. And then the question is it better? Is it better? How would it work? I'm wondering if it would be bouncing. See, now it actually did correct here. Actually, it didn't do it. It didn't do it correct. Damn it! It didn't work. This is incorrect. No way. Maybe no. How? I don't understand why this. Why I did this. It shouldn't be. Because it doesn't have any of these. So when this one triggered, it must have been sitting on novice and identified that this was missing and this was missing. So why the hell did it go to Gleba? Or maybe does it? Oh, it does it delete the temporary ones as soon as it leaves? So did it go Volcanus, Gleba, and then after it left Volcanus deletes the temporary? Oh, after getting to Volcanus it went to Gleba. Okay, so it did correct. So now in this case, it now goes back to Volcanus. That's not really what I want. This is not really what I want, because this is now getting... Now it's just bouncing around, and the stuff that we just picked up on Gleba is not really... Like, we should get this back. So what happens now is that it sits on Novice, identifies that something is missing on Volcanus, which we cannot support, we don't have it, and something else is missing on Gleba. So then it goes to Volcanus, waits, oh well, then continues to Gleba, because that's the interrupt the trigger, and then it goes back to Novice. So once it hits Novice, then... No, actually, yeah, that's what it should. It should go back to Novice, but it doesn't. It goes Volcanus, Gleba, trigger again, and then goes back to Volcanus. And from Volcanus now, it'll go back to Novice, because that's the only thing that... It won't be triggering any of these conditions. But that's not really what I want. I really wanted it to do a loop. See, it won't be getting this one in. And then it'll just leave after 60 seconds and go, and then it shouldn't trigger anything because nothing else is there. The only thing that it can trigger is Volcanus, and it's not allowed to trigger that one. And then it goes back to Novice, does stuff, and then triggers something else. So for example, if we didn't have this one, when it get back here, then it would trigger, hopefully, this one, right? So it'll go Volcanus here, Fulgora, but then it will go Fulgora, Volcanus before going back, and that's not great. Yeah, that kind of sucks. The simplest solution to this is one interrupt for each import planet. And I do think that that's where we have to go. So if you accept a full milk run every time, the bare minimum interrupt is 9. No, it's way less. Per home planet, 5 plus... No, it's way less. It's just 4, because all I need to do is... let me see now. I just want to see a trigger here. Should be this one. Ah, well, it's green, of course. So it should be Volcanus and Fulgora. Perfect. So it does work. Okay, anyway. So the simplest way that I could make an interrupt that would work, I think, would be... There. Import to Novice. And then what I'm saying, this would be like, oh, if you are... There. Any of these, what will you then do? Then you will trigger a round trip. That ends back in Novice. Done. Of course, like extra conditions, but that would be enough. No, definitely not Aquilo. Aquilo is always too far away, plus it's a different type of ship. So Aquilo will be handled a bit different. Otherwise, it takes too long because it's 30,000 out to Aquilo and 30,000 back. So that would suffice, but the only problem with this is if we need something from Volcanus, which is most likely to happen, then we are going Volcanus, Gleba, Fulgora, back again. And that sucks because you really should just go Volcanus back again. There's no way. Well, you can add priority by having him higher up. It goes through it in this list. After it completes the round, wouldn't it immediately leave for Volcans again to pick up the foundries because it's still missing those rather than staying on Navis to actually drop off the Fulgor? No, because it has this one here where it only leaves when it's available and it has unload equipped. And in this one, I would just do that, right? So it's only allowed to unload on the last one. And then it'll try to unload and then it'll go back, do another round. It stays for 5 seconds, which is all it needs. But yes, if there's something that's continuously waiting, then it's continuously going out to try to pick it up. There's no way of avoiding that. Like we're basically saying if you're missing something, go out. Then I can't say if you're missing something, but it's not something we actually don't have for whatever reason, or you just we haven't built. I can't do that. If the idea is if we're missing something, go out and get it. And then you have to go in vain and go like, yeah, do you have some foundries now? Nope. Okay. Too bad. But what will happen now at this point is that after it goes to Fulgora, picks up this part, then it will unfortunately trigger another trip back to Volcanus, which is the worst situation. Because it went here, bounce over here, and instead of going back, it just bounce over here, and then go back. That's not cool. So right now, this interrupt is way less efficient than just doing a round trip. Because this would be 15, 15, 15, 15. That's 60 in round trip, but now it goes 15, 30, 30, 15. That's a bad trip. So if by the fact that we try to make it smarter, we end up making it less smart. That's not great. However, this only happens if something doesn't exist, right? If we are actually unable to fulfill the demands at one of the locations, which is like an edge case. But it is also interesting why the hell we are not able to make some basic stuff like foundries on this planet. Like we really should be making foundries. Like why are we not making foundries? Dude, make foundries. Because I just have this one, right? Yeah. Now it makes founders. This was always the intention to upgrade it like this. The smarter I make it, the more inefficient it becomes. To a certain extent, you can say that it. How do I say this? The more handling of edge cases, the more vulnerable it becomes, because then you sort of have edge cases to edge cases, and It's a perfect example of software engineering. It's also a perfect example of the discussions I was always having with my architects and particularly my lead developers back in my development days as a product manager. Take not product manager, but a manager for product managers. Um, because any architect and senior developer with respect for themselves would want to find a solution that solves all the edge cases and sort of go into the minutia of like, oh, well, what if this triggers and what if this one triggers first and what if this one, ooh, and then build this giant decision tree of weird hypothetical scenarios. And then I come in and go like, no, because I don't want to maintain it. I also own the I own the documentation and I own the support, second line support. And if you can't explain it to me, then we can't have them explain it to the end users when something does something weird because it's a hypothetical second Wednesday of the week or something. Then, yeah, sorry, it just made you just made it too complicated. So then I just go and overrule and say, if bad stuff, do another round. Yeah, but it's inefficient. Yeah, but it's also robust and it's easy to explain. That's like the essence of the discussions I had with my lead developers. They always wanted like the fine solution, and we had like I remember we like some of those cases with invoicing because in this shitty company I worked for, they had this policy that you could backdate invoices. So basically, if you're invoicing at the end of the month, then you might not you make a delivery on the 31st of the month, but you want that delivery to be invoiced on the same month, but you might not be able to issue the invoice until you get some kind of confirmation. So you kind of keep the September month open a little bit, like until the first Thursday after, like the first Thursday after like 3 days, and then the first Thursday or something like that, right? Then they keep that open so that you can issue an invoice in the previous month, and then you close the month financially, which is like a pain in the ass because then you have all sorts of every single piece of software now has to differentiate between the delivery date and the invoice date. And the invoice date is not actually the invoice date because it's the if it's on something conditions, it's actually the invoice date on the last day of the previous month. Enter deep years, enter end of years, enter weird month, and oh my god, like it was every single system that had to cater for, oh, if this is on the first of the month, it's actually, but the shipping date is on the last of the month, then it should actually be assuming, oh, fucking hell. I hated that. Move your entire production from now to Volcanoes. Yes, it is. Don't forget my break. Let's take a break. Cool. So this one works. And now it's stuck. It's idle because what? Oh, right. It's only when it's 0 that it goes out. It's not when it's not fulfilled. So now it's just sitting here until... And Fulgora! Yes. Yeah. Cool. All right. I am going to take a short break. Then I'll be back. Be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. Comments. Does it actually? How often does it happen that stuff on multiple planets runs out at the same time? Oh, but it's more likely that one thing is unable to fulfill the request, and then another thing just runs out. So we are not making foundries for whatever reason, but then I can still run out of plastic. So, and thank you, Samagod, for your loyal subscription. Much appreciated. Pushed hard for keeping the complexity low by not handling corner cases that were too small to be worth it. Usually documenting the choice, so people would have to actually. Yes, that's how you really want. You really want the beauty of making, or the trick to making, in my opinion at least, like robust systems, is not to have them filled up with a weird like business logic in the interface layer, for example. That's like, oh, but what if you get this from this source, but on this date, under these conditions, then treat it as something else, or throw it away because it's probably a double. It's not a double though if you also get it. Oh, like, fuck off. Yeah. People, thank you for the 18 months. Look at that. It's a croissant. It's a little bite of croissant. Look at him. Look how cuddly he is. So when the Navis ship completely runs out of EM plans, it should go to Volcanus, topping on everything that fills a rocket. Go to Clever, top on anything that fills a rocket. Top on anything that fills a rocket, especially the empty EM plants requests. Fly home to Navis, drop anything of the requested since, and if any of those reach zero, fly out again. The hope being that it spends more time orbiting Navis at 15 capacity than it does flying the loop. Yes. That really well in the chat box. And Twitch said, nope, one long message. Of course. Side rant, I got a request from some finance people. This report needs to run on the day after the last working day of the month. Yes, that's a great example for something that makes perfect sense for a human. But if you code it like on the last working day, then some random fucking holiday ends up being on the 31st. So you also have to have all holidays that are mentioned, and oh man, it's yep. Hate that. Time zones. What if you're a multinational company? Then there are holidays they're different in each country. Oh, and then you go to Germany, and then they have Catholic holidays in half the country and Protestant holidays in the other half of the country. Fucking hell. Yes. Like those kind of things. Oh, I've been there. Software company I worked for had no product manager for the first 5 years of his life. Well, it probably helps. So our system was complex, flexible, and powerful, but very confusing to non-technical end users. Took us another 5 years to fix the issues. Yeah. 10 users, like easy to use, easy to understand system, and they have the purchasing power. And it's also because the marginal cost of just adding one more little hack, it's not really. It is just one little straw on the camel. Just one little straw, one little hack on the monolithic enterprise architecture here. Just one little thing. Yeah. A specific island nation randomly decided to hop to the other side of the date line. Yeah. My years of complaints management and process improvement. If you try and make something idiot proof, they just create a better idiot. Yes, that's how it works. Yes. I recently took 2 weeks off and was told my handover wasn't succinct enough. I asked what went wrong, and they spent 4 days of my 2 week off to read an email and decide if a letter needs to be sent. Nice. Do you plan to play Factorio? No, I talked about it a half an hour ago. Why? Leap years skip every 4, but not every 100. But yes, every 400, but not every 8,000 years. Yes, it's lovely. Yeah. After the last working day of the month should be first chance after the start of the month. Maybe, or something, right? Android and Apple is simple and just says no, you can't do that. Android has the flexibility, customer, but not so much. That is true, but there's also the thing with Apple devices is that it's it has the back when there was like one iPhone and there was one Mac and no one used the Mac, then it was easy. But the architecture in the Mac space has become so complex that that in itself is crazy. Like I remember when they wanted to merge, uh, it was OS X and the Apple OS, like the mobile. They so the logical thing is you're having a laptop and you're having an iPad. They are getting really close to each other, so they should be running the same UI. And something as basic as how do you scroll? Because in on a PC you're scrolling the document, but on an iPad you're scrolling the screen. I was like, one of them has to be changed then, and that's a pretty fundamental change. Yeah, you like being here, hearing rants about IT. Yeah. Hmm. That's a very happy cat. He doesn't want to go anywhere, so that limits a little bit of our playability here. Aren't they technically also a Unix derivative, and yet they locked that thing down? So I was like, yeah, I think that was that's probably so long ago that it doesn't really make sense to call it that anymore, but I don't know. Right, I think we need to get our Aquila ship for a tester. Oh, it actually it just saved automatically because it's the first trip out here. Okay, we are all good. Everything is happy. This one is no longer green. Was it green? Yeah. Oh, this is not working. Huh. This will never be green because I'm not getting the green signal out into... No! Hmm. Oh, hate the music. iOS. Hello. Beautiful face, but like to see the game. Thank you. I don't know why it switched though. Oh, right. Of course I know why. That one, did that ruin it? It now also monitors what's in this box, which is okay. We're good. We can see the game again. This is monitoring... Okay. Any intermediates made on the curl that you want on other planet, or is it just building for planets and superconductors for Promethium? Superconductors for Promethium is a different kind of issue, but you're saying intermediate superconductors... No, not superconductors. Quantum processors are a thing unique to... Yeah, but also primarily foundations. So what I'm exporting from... what I'm exporting is going to be... Oh, funny how that's there. The railguns, the quantum processors, the foundation, and the power plants, the reactors. Those are the things that we export, that we build on here, and that's it. You still... What? Do you not have the factory now? This looks like the factory. You just don't want my face at all? That's not very nice of you, Sir Conrad. Not very nice. Alright, I actually want to figure out... Ooh, this is not Oh, right. This is how much we're missing. This is the deviation from 0. So, and we have used about 200, 228, and then as we sit out here, cryoplants. Yes, cryoplants. Yes. So now we're stopped at Aquilo, and then we have to get this one. Are we even we are not getting that green icon back. That has to go back in here. How do we do that? Oh, now I get it. Now I think I get why it was like this. Oh, this is a bad case. No, it's just the green one. We just want the green in here. So the green is now communicated back. The green goes back in here so that when this turns green, then that turns on. That one goes back. Yes. $143. And science, of course. Yeah. So definitely some things, right? This one is chugging along. The question is just, is it even... Okay, it is approaching, but it's still damn slow. Here's a question. Maybe this should more be as an SR latch, because I don't need it to be like, I should have like a minimum condition that it needs on the belt, but the maximum it puts on the belt should be higher than that. So right now it just goes, there we go. So for example, you can depart when there's at least 800 on the belt, or on the belt. But when it's sort of standing idle, just build it up to 1000. That's kind of would make more sense. Oh, also these here have to be override stack size to 6. Oh, it's there. There's busy now. How fast is it flying? 220? Are we capping? Yeah, we are capping the speed here. Why? Why was that a uncommon quality? 1. And this one's only triggering 10% of the time. What if it was 20? Would it go faster? Yeah, it goes faster now. It's also over half. It's unfortunately not really so simple to do that, because so now it gets all the way up to 300. That's a nice speed. And 30,000. So flying at 300. I wanted to fly at around 300 because it feels good to do that. Now the next... this one should have... Yeah, I don't know if this one really should go back to Navis, because right now it goes to Gleba and then it'll never get any more uranium fuel cells. It kind of should be Navis that's the home planet. I don't... What do we like? Do we like having one that goes this distance and then drops everything off at Gleba, and then have the other one sort of move it around and then just pretend that it's production at Gleba? So basically, when the small ships here is requesting something, then the stuff that is from Aquilo should actually just be picked up on Gleba and then just be there. That's one way of doing it. Or the other way of doing it is to have separate requests. So this one actually goes more of a milk run. But should it then be importing or exporting? I can't figure that out. Oh, because I found out that I can't do both. Makes sense as long as I leave fuel. Yeah. Heat towers on Gleban. They're never nuclear. Nuclear is pretty bad. Okay, so the easy thing would be you just have one ship, and it grabs all the stuff from the different planets and then goes out to Aquilo, drops it off, and picks up the stuff from Aquilo to the other planets, which is all fine and good, but is there enough space here? This one has 599. Let's look at the old here and see if this one, how much this one has. This only has 449, so it's 150 extra storage on top, and this is even with uncommon quality. So the old one didn't have room to bring stuff both in and out, but with 150 extra stacks, that seems like a lot. So I guess we need to make some groups like this. Ah, what the hell? Why are they pointing both direction? What have I messed up now? I should never have arrows out. I should only have import arrows, right? Because I shouldn't be exporting anything. I should only be importing. I'm not pushing things out. I'm pulling. This is a pull network. Yeah, these are all sort of pulling back now. While this design here, this is the design I used for the YouTube series. I changed the arrows here so that these are the old arrows. But these are the small ships which we'll replace with the medium ships. And the medium ships, there'll be one for each planet, and they'll be bringing into that planet. Okay, so I'm back to this stupid interrupt situation here. What do we think is most likely over sort of a 100-hour run to be best? To have something super complicated like this, which is probably gonna break. The simple version of, if anything is missing, then go do a round trip. Or the third option is, if something is missing, go to that planet and pick it up. That's the most likely is it? Because what will happen? Okay, imagine the scenario. I'm sitting on Navis. This is the usual case. I'm starting to do a new build. So build, electromagnetic plants, foundries, belts, inserters. Something runs out in orbit. And as soon as it runs out, G-Wolf, thank you for the tier 3 for 6 months in advance. Thank you so much for that. Is there like a discount or something for 6 months in advance at this point? Because if there is, that's nice. I mean, if there isn't, then it's also nice, but it just so that anyone else could take advantage of that. Right, so as soon as it... Oh, I'm out of electromagnetic plants. Then it goes off to Fulgora. But I keep building, and then I'm also running out of belts. The ship will not go, because it already has departed towards Fulgora. So it'll have to go to Fulgora and come back again. And then when it comes back, it goes like, oh, you also need belts. Let me go to Volcanus and get some belts. And then it comes back and goes like, oh, you also need, I don't know, plastic or something we make from Gleba or something. I don't know. I can't remember what that would be. And then it'll go out again. But more likely it comes back, drops off all the belts, and then realizes, oh, we still miss more belts. Then go out to Volcanus again. And then it comes back and we're still more electromagnetic plants. So I think it's actually better to be doing like point to point instead of round trips. Which will mean that it will get stuck if I don't have foundries made on Volcanus. Then it'll just keep going back and forth between those two. What to do? There's also that a lot of these try to solve this with a single ship. A dedicated ship per planet, that much worse. I have a dedicated ship per planet. This is what I have. I have a dedicated import ship per planet. You can see this one only has inbound to Navis. Or do you mean like dedicated ships per trade lane? As in one that goes Navis Fulgora, one that goes Navis Volcanus, one that goes Navis Gleba. I think that makes sense later on, maybe. But I don't think it makes sense in the beginning. I think it's unfair to say, yes, now let's build some spaceships. Let's build 12 identical spaceships. No one can build that in their base at this stage of the game. So just one ship will be troublesome, and then you can start building the next ship and start building the next ship. Hey, Black Mentos, thank you for the 8 months.
Welcome home.
Last one turns the ship into an alert that Volcanus isn't making foundries, but you'll learn that 10 hours after Navis stops getting biter eggs for modules, and debugging that commences, ship never goes to Gleba because it keeps going to Volcanus. Yes, exactly, Anthony. That's the problem. And Silver Cecil with the 200 bits. Thank you. So why would you separate your import into multiple planets if one group is enough? What's the purpose? The identification of what's going on. You can group everything in one group, but this is a hell of a lot more visible what is coming from where. Because you might also change some things. You might be like, oh, okay, well, this is actually... Actually, now I want to make this over here on Fulgora because for whatever reason I feel this is the easiest. And later on you find, no, it's not. I actually want it up here. And this way you can see what's on each planet. So this is purely visualization. Empty trains never left because full trains couldn't leave because empty trains hadn't left. Yes. I think we risk Bioflux, and that's a really good point. Since Bioflux is pretty vulnerable, it kind of sucks to not go. But we can fix that by just listen to how we fix it. Boop, there you go, fixed. We only basically need these 3, but then we just drag this one up so that it'll always go to Gleba first, but it's not very often it will go to Gleba, but it will go to Gleba first. Of course, these numbers are gimmick numbers. Sure, I like this. I think I need to just get really simple ones. It's the only one I shouldn't take. That one. Let me check if how this one works. This means that if yeah, I think this is fine. And then that goes up first, and Fulgora goes last. You convert complicated interrupts into debugging planets, but it means if any planet doesn't make stuff fast enough, nothing else gets delivered, which is rough wake-up call. Yeah, but the thing is, I cannot. Will I even get that wake-up call, or will it just later on just figure out why the hell is nothing coming in? And thus we come full circle. But I don't mind coming full circle. Like, I don't mind. It's okay. And then when this one turns green, it triggers Gleba first, because Gleba is the one. And then from Gleba, it'll actually trigger one of the other ones. Then it will trigger Volcanus and go up. I like this better than 18 shot, but not as much as 5 milligrams. Yeah, but the 5 milligrams is... it's the dumbest option. And the reason why I dislike it is because it interrupts my playtime. I'm sitting there building a giant mega thingy, and I need a lot of belts. So I run out of belts, or beacons. Usually beacons is what I'm running out of. So I run out of beacons. Oh shit. Then what are we gonna do? Then we have to wait until it comes back. And now the ship is on a round trip all the way through, but it really just needs to go get some belts and come back. And Paranoid Snow, thank you for the 46 months. So it's also annoying song. I needed to go out and back, because that's what happens most of the time. Most of the time, it's stuff on Volcanus that has been running out, and we need to come back. We just need to go Volcanus, come back. Once in a while, it goes up here for the stuff, and then rarely it goes over here. But I think this works. This is better. We've tried several variations and did a deep dive into problems and established the optimal choice. Masterclass is finest. Thank you, Sujin. This is also, I think this is a good point, that just because we found a complex solution, then how do I say it? This is the caveat, or the trap, when that a lot of starting academics, like you're making your bachelor's, or you're in high school and something, and you spend a lot of time on something. So you want the time you spent during the project to be represented in the final report, even though the time you spent was a dead end. But if you spent half of the project on pursuing a dead end, then it should not be half of the finished report that you, right? You're not going to be like, and then we tried this, and then we built this model, and then and 50 pages later they go, and it didn't work, so we went back to the simple option. You just have to go, it's a paragraph that says we pursued this option, and it didn't work, and we're back to this option. But it is so tempting to go like, okay, the most effort should also be the most represented in the output, which in our case would be like, oh, we built a really complex solution, so that's better, because we spent a lot of time setting up and testing the complex solution. And maybe even if we come back and find out that it wasn't actually superior to the original. Yeah. So that's not a great way of doing it. It's much easier to do it this way. So Aquilolicious, where are you at? Do the interrupts prioritize in the order you place them in the list? Yes. It is the sequence here on here. Right. So how are we going to control the Aquila one? We would need to have this ship should be, I think this ship has to be a different format, because it has to be exporting as well. And then only doing milk runs, which is awful because they take forever. If it was only doing imports, then it could be standing over Aquilo and then when something is missing, fly out, get it, come back. But I think that because of the distances here, this is already 30,000, so you don't want to fly 30,000, 30,000 back. That's 60,000. So you might as, and then fly on that. You also need to go here and back again. Then you just flew 120,000 to visit those two. So it's much better to say, if I'm going out here, 30,000, then just do 30, 30, 30 extra. That's 45 extra. Then you add 45 extra on top of the 60. So you're always going to do 60 whenever you go from Aquilo to another planet. So it's 60 plus 60. No, 30 plus 30, that's 60. Or if it's when you go back, then you always take all planets. That just makes more sense. That goes from 60 to 105, which is almost a double. But on the other hand, yeah. Yeah, add 75 trip, 4x planets. Also because Aquilo actually needs everything. Because on Aquilo we need this, right? Blue processors, tungsten, superconductors, carbon, lithium. So we need something from all planets. Apparently not from Novus, but whatever. Stone is needed for this one, like lots and lots of stone, which probably comes from Novus. Okay, so and Aquilo is not a busy planet, so this one just going around. Okay, so let's build these ones. That means we're gonna have Aquilo, and then inbound. And I'm just gonna make like examples of what we would get from each. It is interesting how inconsistent it is between pressing E and pressing enter and just not pressing anything when closing an option here. Here I can press enter all I want, but I have to press E. Here I can press E all I want, but I have to press enter. But here, let's see which one it is. I don't know. Let's just make a here. No, this one. Here. Oh, I can't do plan request. Okay, that has to be interrupts. Sad. Okay, that's sad. Okay, yeah, it is sad. When I choose here, it automatically chooses. I don't have to press E or confirm or anything like that. It's like, why? Why? Why is it so inconsistent? So now my next question to you is, like, for me, this makes it very clear and visible which direction things are going and where they're going, right? But it's but it means that there might be something where, oh, I'm bringing, let's say, stone in, right? Stone in from Novice to here. What am I going to bring from here? I'm bringing that one. And that one. and foundries, for example. We just, what are we bringing in from here? I don't know, let's say plastic or something. And what else? Nothing else, I guess. Just kind of, oh, carbon fiber. Yeah, we're gonna get these. And we're gonna get blue sticks. So those are the, for example, the imports. Let's say, whatever. This one should also be. I hate using Fulgora for reliable anything. And that's important. What stops Fulgora taking foundries from Navas via the ship? Oh, yes, that's why we wanted an import ship and an export ship. Oh, yeah. That's why we needed two ships. Because the way to do that is by not having that on the import ship. Damn. Thank you, Anthony. Good spot. Memories and use it that in an interrupt for the return journey. No, that's not how anything works. You can't interrupts by circuit conditions. No, not even close. Yeah. Damn. 4 ships from things from Aquilo. No, it has to be. It should be 1 ship from Aquilo, which of course means that they will not be made evenly. But since I'm always working on one planet at a time, once it has built up the buffer, then that's going to be fine. But it will be. If I remove these, do they disappear from the list? Maybe. I'll just have to create them again. Okay, so this one goes from Aquilo, then it goes to Fulgora, then it goes to Navas, then it goes to Volcanus. There. That's the sequence. And this is the pickup, so they are not allowed to unload on any of these. They're just allowed to bring stuff inbound. And then this one will be all requests satisfied. That doesn't make sense because there will be no requests. Well, there will be requests, that's the whole point. There will be no request up here, but though. Because this is the import. Yes. All requests, sometime, and a green. And then unfortunately, we have to do the same thing again. I don't know if this really makes a big difference. Like, I don't want it to be... We could also just say, like, it's always waiting 30 seconds, and then that's just it. I don't like that. Because what if it doesn't... What if there's nothing here that needs to be picked up from Fulgora? Then why should I wait 30 seconds here? Yeah, this one should be really low. Just 10 seconds. Hoping a rocket full of something is finished being made in the 15 seconds. No. It just needs to start. It just needs to start requesting. Plus, it's also saying all requests satisfied. So it will be requesting satisfied. This 10 seconds is just because I'm not really trusting this, to be honest. Funny how that's not exported. Then why wait at all? Yeah, that's already flying, so can't leave. Ah. Now it's leaving. Nope, not yet. Still not leaving. That's the last one. Now that works. Interesting. Leave a planet with rockets. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Let's try that. Yes, I know why I did it, but that's because if I didn't have all requests, if they don't have any requests, then they leave immediately. But they don't because they still need the green signal. It's when I don't have the green signal that they can just come in and then go out. But they will stop because they need the green signal. Because it will leave before triggering a request. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the thing I'm unsure about. Whether it will actually leave before triggering a request. Or request satisfied. I feel that I've not added this for no reason. I've added it for... because I've been hurt. I've been hurt before. So... It really shouldn't this. Shouldn't this schedule... and shouldn't this be scheduled in interrupts, or do you want the ship circling all the time? That's a good point. That's a good point. Ah, man, that's a really good point, unfortunately. I think it should be. Condition. Any request not satisfied. Yeah, that's actually the condition. And then it goes... My ships are laser. They have no green signal. They arrive. A tick later, they request. And then they wait and leave. Rocket unloads. Yes. By changing it to circuit and request. No, you can't do that. That's the... Unfortunately not. You can't do... you group things in and then you have or between the groups. You can't have one condition and one of these two. That doesn't work. Can't do it. Yeah, no copy. And this one should just be 5 seconds. And be happy, right? So every 5 seconds, as long as it's green, it just checks. Are any of my requests 0? If they are, go out and I'll do a round trip. Going to all plans because of the 60k for one plus 60k for the second is more than just 2 plans each time. Yes. Is there any way to make an upcycler that can't lock up on items that don't divide by 4 besides either mods or bots taking the excess? Yes. Priority splitters. Just you only top up when needed. That's how you would do it. Okay, so what is it I want? I want all requests, and then I want the circuit, and then I want the time, and then I want this circuit. There is no way for me to do and then and then these two are or. They will always go further out, so it is not possible to make it without repeating this. Time passed at certain condition. It's 2. And just one more. Good. Okay, so now it's sitting on Aquilo, and then it'll trigger as soon as this one turns green. Then it will trigger a round trip of going out. The green sign can be picked up with the shortcut of the letter Q. What? What do you mean by that? I mean like you can pick it up like this? That doesn't... Oh, you mean like, okay, you could just grab it from there and put it down. Okay, yeah, okay. By the letter Q. Brought to you by the letter Q. Yeah, I like it, but I don't like it. How? Okay, so the next part is, what is the Aquilo Corvette that is doing export? What would that look like? Because the export one would just always go out, wouldn't it? Export, yes, because we can't know. Yeah, we don't know what's that would just go on a round trip all the time. Yeah. Unload, 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 unload. Not allowed. You're not allowed to unload on any of those locations. And the other one would just go around and pick stuff up. Okay. I already did. Why export use another import? What? Why export use another import? I don't know what that means. What? Why export use another import? I don't know. That's not a sentence, so I don't get it. Try rephrasing it. And oh, that is expensive. You're not really... Yeah. Okay, so if we look at this design, this is really not keeping up. But this is consuming 10 per second, and it's producing 6 per 6. Okay, we could actually put one more in here. That consumes 12.5. That should be... Like, why not this then? This consumes 15, and this is 6.5 and 6.8. So that's 13 together. It's only 3.75 per second, so... Yeah, I think I need to do this, even though it makes it more pricey. But that doesn't matter. Power is not a big issue. Oh, by the way, import here should also be... And the other one. So any depleted fuel will be dropped off at Novice. Ooh, but it can't. Okay, so it just... Yeah. Hmm. The only place that I can drop it off is here, which means that I drop off depleted uranium. Oof, this is disgusting. It's the only thing we have we can do here. Yeah, send it with a signed ship. Yes, but the signed ship is just going to be a normal export ship. Let's see, how is this one doing? Oh, it's working. Huh. This is not correct. Why is it not triggering? Any request not satisfied. Oh, that's of course request from this planet. Ah, okay. That was not the right condition. It is any planet import 0. Any planet import 0. Any planet import 0. Again, no confirmation. Just a simple click and then it's good. That one should be then doing it, right? If anything is missing anything, go out and do everything. Yeah. Still, it's going to be standing over Aquilo most of the time. I hope. That's the assumption at least. Import ship per planet. So you only use a pull mechanic. Then I would need to make 4 of these ships. Like these ships, we have to think about it. Like, this ship is an expensive ship at the time that we are creating it. So having just go like, yeah, there's a solution that I don't think it's fair for me to say, hey, so Aquilo, you want to go to Aquilo, build 4 ships. Like, no, you build 1 ship, you fly to Aquilo, and then you're like, okay, what is this ship going to do? This ship is going to be the import ship that goes around and picks stuff up from the other planets and come back to Aquilo to deliver stuff up so we can keep building our base on Aquilo. Then at some point we start having things on Aquilo that we want to export, and in that interim we have built another ship on Novice that we've flown over, which will be the export ship. And then we are going. But me saying, okay, now build 4 ships, it just doesn't seem... It doesn't seem reasonable at the state we're in. Because everything would be better if I just had trade lane specific ships. But that's also like way too many ships just floating around doing nothing. So that's why. Five ships in total, every planet gets an importer. So you want to... Yeah, okay, I don't agree, because then the ship from Novice now has to also go to Aquilo when it's most of the time just going this way. But now it has to be a ship that is capable of going to Aquilo and then also going there. I want to do that, but I don't think it's correct. What input compressor are you using? I don't know. It's a microphone. It's shit thing. I don't know. I have a equalizer. I don't know. But if this is mainly building materials, could you consolidate import into a single planet instead of going to all planets of origin? I could, then I go back and forth between Clever, but I just don't like that idea. I think it becomes complicated, because then I sort of have to remember, and I also have to explain, and having people come to me and go like, it doesn't work. Where it's like, okay, you have to get everything from Volcanus that goes to Aquilo has to be cross-docked on Gleba. So you have like drop it off on Gleba, and then another one goes this leg. Like, as much as I love cross-docking for the sake of it, then it just doesn't make sense. But I would love to have, like, for the inner planets, if we do this, they're only inner planets, then I love having like an import ship. The question is, can I still get away with just an import ship here? Because that's kind of what I've built right now. It's an import ship. But that means that all the other import ships, when I get Aquilo, have to be able to go to Aquilo. That means they have to be upgraded from these shitty little ships, not to a medium freighter, but actually skip straight up to the Aquilo corvette. Because now, if I want to go only 5 ships, 1 for each planet, then every ship must be able to go to Aquilo. And it's so much more consistent. Ah. That's an interesting thing. Oh, we dropped stuff off at Aquilo. Oh, right. This is one bug that I reported that crashed the game. It doesn't crash the game anymore. I remember that. If you drop things off, if you go like this, you click on a planet before you land there, then it crashed while we were doing testing. I remember that, but whatever. It doesn't. I am so much in doubt because everything in me wants to have a consistent solution that is the same for all planets. If I want the same for all planets, I have one ship that is responsible for importing to this planet. Then with the new design that we have here, where it simply goes star-based, it goes out, 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 and then come back. Fine. That's a long way to Aquilo if we're missing something from Aquilo. So it's not going to happen very often, but it's going to be a long time. What do you think? Solid Bond, thank you for the 60 months. There is just 100 drop pods in your initial enzyme. Yeah, probably. 60 months, thank you. That's 5 years. All right, I'm going to need some advice on this. So by all means, weigh in on this. I don't think it's a good idea, but I like it for consistency by basically saying where you go from this ship to this ship, which is not a good idea. We probably go to this one a little bit earlier as well, but the corvette here is... I love it. It works. It's awesome. But of using Liver as a transit station and having an inner loop and an Aquilo. Yeah, I don't like that. Because there is no way that I can explain that and have people set it up and copy paste things and then it'll mess up and then I'll be answering questions. Discord is going to be full of... it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I have to have something... Like the masterclass has to be something that is easy to explain. Supportability and easy setup and sort of consistency. It's so important for these designs. That even if we could do it better, then suddenly having many different blueprints of ships all interacting so that you cross-dock correctly at Glebber. Plus, why Glebber? Glebber sucks. Like making even more rockets on Glebber. Yeah, I don't... It's definitely not going to be the cross-docking. Definitely not. It is either going to be some inner planet freighters, one for each ship, one for each, and then 2 for Aquilo. I think that makes sense. It's also a matter of whether I have 2 corvettes or 1 corvette is... Yeah, I think that's it. That is definitely... we're going to do that. Unless there's compelling advice while I take a break. Be back in 2. All right, welcome back. Yeah, so the big question is Aquilo a worthy exception for 5 direct trade ships? Not direct trade, but import ships. Yes, I think so. The reason why I think so is not because of the Aquilo ships, but because of the inter ships. So I'm sitting on Volcanus, or I'm sitting on Navis and building something. New base, new something needs to be built. I'm running out of materials, and I am needing some cryogenic plants, and the import ship has been hovering over Navis, and now it goes out to Aquilo. 15,000 plus 60,000, or plus 30,000 plus 30,000 plus 50. So it's now 120,000, but I'm also running out of belts. But now I'm going to have to wait all of this time before I even get to send it to Volcanus to get more belts. That's the problem for me. And if we're sort of looking at it over under 100 hours of playtime, then it's really not a big thing. But this is where I have my focus. So this is where you're playing the game. You're sitting there, you're designing, and then you can't complete the build because you're missing belts or beacons or some other thing that's made on Volcanus. And your ship that's supposed to bring it in is now halfway to Aquilo, so it'll take 12 minutes before it's back. And then even then when it's back, then it has to go to Volcanus and back again. So it's not going to be like 15 minutes until you can continue your design. That feels bad because that's time that you don't get to play the game because this Nilos guy has designed a shitty logistics system. That's why. That's why I think it's a bad solution. While if I have the inner ones going in internally for all the things internally, that means the response time in worst case is 5 minutes or something. 2 minutes out, 2 minutes back, whatever. But only the stuff that comes from Aquilo, which is only power plants, you're almost never going to use it. And foundations, sure, you're going to need it, but in big batches, so get a big batch in. And cryo plants, sure, not many needed. So that means if you're running out of cryo plants, sure, it needs to go out and get some more. But if we drop 20 off here, then we have enough that it can go out and come back, and we won't be needing 20 more. So I was thinking more 1AN ship, 1AV ship. I have no idea. Oh, Navis, Volcanus, Gleba ship, and one. Kill that music. Everything Aquilo wants from Navis, and everything Navis wants from Aquilo on a single ship, which stays on Navis unless either needs stuff. Unless either needs stuff. That doesn't work. You can't do that. You can't tell a ship on Navis that Aquilo needs something. So that means Aquilo is going to be stalling because the ship is stuck on Navis. So if you want to have a ship that goes both ways, that's how all my interrupts work. How does an interrupt work? Aquilo request 0. Yeah, that's the stuff. If it's sitting on Navis, you can't have it both ways. If it's sitting on Navis, then you can have it. Okay, so you need to bring stone from Navis to Aquilo. It's sitting on Navis. It is full of stone. The ship is full of stone. 5,000 stone is sitting on the ship. Aquilo has run out of stone. How does the Aquilo tell the spaceship here that it has run out of stone? It can't. It can't do that. So if you want something that goes both ways, then it has to just always fly. So, yeah. So that's, you can then accept that it's going to get stuck or that it leaves or something like that. But you can't have it react to something that is a request on a planet somewhere else. That is not how it works. So you can do it imports, but you can't do both ways. And if you do it one way, then you can't do it the other way. The requests interrupt. So stay at Fulgora works, but that defeats the point of building materials on demand in space. Yeah. Yeah. But it still comes. Then stay at Fulgora. So the ship between Navis and Aquilo is now staying on Fulgora. So now it's never ever gonna leave. Because how is the ship standing on Fulgora knowing that Aquilo has run out or Navis has run out? It won't know that. That's the problem. The ship can only know that it doesn't have any of the items anymore because it has dropped off. So the ship is out of stock. That's the trigger. But it can't be out of stock if it's sitting over here. So yeah, not worth it. You have the two ships, one ship on Aquilo that waits for the import and it fulfills only when Aquilo stone equals 0. That ship goes to Navis and drops something that the other ship is waiting for to go to Aquilo. Yeah, so you just added 18 minutes of wait time, of lead time to anything. So no, definitely not worth it. Then you might as well just set an alarm clock every 15 minutes and check if something has run out. That's about as much automation as needed. But yes, that's how we do it with the Prometheum ships. But Prometheum ships are a very different beast than anything else. You definitely don't want to carry around tokens for this. Plus, you definitely don't want to have this extra lead time. The whole thing is a balance of how do we minimize the annoyance of waiting, of the ship has gone to somewhere where it really shouldn't, or it's going to somewhere, but I really would like it to go somewhere else instead. That's the challenge we're facing, or that's the challenge that I feel we have to solve. So I do feel that the best option is still one import, one export ship from Aquilo. The import ship to Aquilo is idling over Aquilo until something is needed, and then it goes a round trip, picks up whatever is missing. Because remember, if this one triggers because it now has 0 foundries, but maybe half of the carbon fiber and half of the electromagnetic plants have also been dropped down to Aquilo, then by going another round, it tops up on all of them. So it comes back fully stocked. And I think that's a good idea. Yeah. That's how we're gonna be making it. It's the right way. Because I really, as much as I like the idea of having like one ship per planet, one import ship per planet, and that's it, then the stuff being exported from Aquilo to the other planets is it's so rare that we need it. But then you can say when it's so rare, then it's also, yes, it's a big disruption, but it's rarely a big disruption. So on average, it's not really a big deal. The other part of it is, then I'm going to have then I will have to change then I won't be able to use these ships at all, because every ship must be an Aquilo corvette. Because they must always be able to go to Aquilo. Don't like that. So, say the loop is Aquilo, Gleba, Volcanus, Fulgora, Aquilo. If Fulgora wants cryoplants, why do we skip Navis? It needs all other planets to not need them in order to get some. Oh, right. Yeah. Yes. Definitely. But here's the thing. You can only build on one planet. So if you're in a steady state where every planet has the buffer that it wants, then only the place that you're working on can run out. Like, there is no situation where I'm building on Navis and Volcanus and Fulgora at the same time. I'm always just at Fulgora doing design work, building, then it's running out. It goes out and comes back. And because I used the buffer here. But it's not going to be, I'm sitting here on Fulgora building, it's running out. I'm switching over to Volcanus. I'm building, it's running out, and now both of them need cryogenic plant. It's a hypothetical scenario. That's not how I play, at least. So yes, it is true, but once you have done the initial round of topping up in buffers on each planet, it'll not be the case anyway. I also use a ship that goes full round trip with 30-second wait time at each stop for supplying green belts and all the other stuff that needs to be moved around, including fusion fuel. It's just so much nicer. It's going around. No, it's not right. So, I understand what you're saying, but this is what I want to avoid, because it ended up being an absolute pain in the ass to figure out. Like, I need 500 inserters on Volcanus because I need to build things big, but I don't need 500 inserters on Fulgora because, things are needed in different sizes. So having sort of one ship going around dropping everything off, it's kind of, do you drop off foundations at every location? Because you don't need foundations on Gleba or Navis, but you do need it on Fulgora and Volcanus. So now it's two of them. That's the part, right? So an alternative answer there is to request 100 per planet as buffer and grab 500 from Aquila. Yes, that's also an option, but then I would rather just drop 500 off on each planet because I'm still only topping up demand. So if you want a ship that import-export both directions, then you need to trigger for time elapsed 2 on both primes, and you need to balance cargo size and that time passed value. Don't understand what you mean by time passed value, but yes, you have to share the cargo space between both the imports and exports. And you can't have it trigger on lack of imports. So manifold versus balance is a preference, kind of. You lean towards manifold. Yeah, yes, in this case, because again, the demand is only going to be at one of those. So I don't mind that it takes a lot of time to fill up, because I'm busy doing designs on Aquilo anyway. And then by the time I look at it, each of them will have a nice buffer. Yes. So in this case, yes, I prefer the manifold because it's only one of them that will have demand, and then that's easier. Cool. Okay, so I think we'll leave it at that because I have decided which I like. But I can always emphasize that there's also an alternative. But I do like my medium freighters here running around on internally, just figuring out. Then I'll have 4 of these that are just buzzing around, making sure that everything is topped up between all the planets. Lovely. The planet requests are separate and individual. So if I need something new, yeah, okay. Also, every planet is above everything. Okay. I don't like that you propose that you're saying your solution is just I oversupply everything to everywhere. That's a good solution. It's like it's not very lean. And if just then a better solution would oversupply everything to everywhere. Like, that's not really what we're trying to do. We're not trying to have, because belts are honestly quite expensive. So do you want 5,000 belts on every planet all the time? It's gonna take a hell of a long time and a lot of rockets to launch to get 5,000 belts on every planet. Sure, late game you need 5,000 belts because when you belt something, you belt something. But you don't need it in the beginning. So this is I'm designing it for the level we're at. It's kind of the same as saying, oh, I just use legendary stuff for everything. It's like, yeah, sure, but that's not the tech level we're at. So, that being done, let's look at the planetary design. Hello, cute little planet. Let's get some artillery. No idea if this is even enough to protect. This was always the intention to do this. Almost. Hey, good. Such a beautiful base. Damn. Very nice. Well, hello there. Go, 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 go. There. And so then we can always add specific plan-to-plan transport signs from volcanoes to Navas. Yes, exactly. That's also my intention. You might be like, oh, okay, I really prefer to build plastic on Gleba. So I need a plastic ship that just ships plastic over to Fogora because whatever I need it there or something. Then you're welcome to do that. All right, let's see. Stuff is happening now. Oh, yes. Let's see if we get overrun. We might. I just kind of wanted a little bit of space, so let's just do this. Because we don't really have a lot of space to do design work. We can probably take this base out for design work. This is such a nice base. Let's also kill this one. Okay, so what is it we want to design here? Biter nests. This is a biter nest. If you don't think it looks like a biter nest, it is a biter nest. This one's bothering me a lot. So what we need to do is we need to make a design, a city block design. Themed biter nest you have there. Yes. The problem is biter nests, you can't move them. They're 5x5. So I do use foundries to design with biter nests, and then I replace them when I'm happy and I've built them. So let's see what we have already existing in the olden days here. That's a beautiful one. That's a over-rocketed biter. This is the city block base. This is the... Yeah, so let's think about it. What is it we want to use biter eggs for? We want to use biter eggs. Are we using them for... Yeah, let's actually figure out what it is we want. Are we trying to make quality biters, or are we just trying to make biter eggs? Overgrowth soil. Yeah, that's also a thing, but not so important. I think the first thing we want to do is just make biter eggs because we want to make... Oh yeah, by the way, we have an issue here. Memory usage. I get issues with... I get Steam errors all the time. Wait with biter eggs until Aquila, or do it immediately after Gleba? Definitely do it immediately after Gleba because you need it for productivity 3 and they are very valuable. Let's just look at croissants here just to see. Oops, that's the wrong one. That one. What does it enable? The overgrowth soil, yes. The captive biter spawner. And the biolab. The biolabs. Oh yeah, that's the most important thing. Well, the biolabs and the productivity 3. Those are the two things we want to do first. So I'm just trying to figure out how big we want it. That song elevates me. Oh yeah, it's a nice one. It's very dreamy. Everything about biolabs that use spider eggs have inbuilt productivity. So surely you want to use quality at that stage, not at the egg stage. What? Oh, you mean like this one? So you'd want to put cryogenic plant doesn't have it built in. But okay, oh shit, we can't even do it here. Oh, I forgot that. We can't do biter farms until after because of the fluoroketone. Oh, right. Okay, so that's actually right. You can't place binders before Aquila, but you can capture them whenever they, where they happen to be. As in, I just killed all of them. Oops. Killed all the ones that are close. Yeah, okay. So that kind of doesn't matter. It has to be Aquilo next. Because we just need biolabs. Oh, that's shooting fast up here. Still shooting. How far? Range? Oh, they have a decent range. This is such a me base. And they don't last long. They are not evolved at all. Okay. Behemoth spiders would not be easy. That was the intention behind your question. Yes. Okay. So I think I made a design over here. There you go. Done. That's all we need. And this one just needs biter eggs. But if we look at this part here, the biter egg consumption, it's 0.3 biter eggs per second. And 1 biter spawner. Crafting speed 1. And where does it say? Craft this one. 10 seconds, craft 5. So it has 0. It produces 0.5. So we basically need 1 captive biter to feed all of this, which is kind of insanely little. So that should be possible. Really shouldn't have shut down all of these. We should have captured something nearby. That's a mistake. Yeah, have to take a save game before that. Didn't have biter expansion, so I went to Aquila with Productivity Module 2. That research captured biter spawner. I think it's very much worth it to capture them. Yeah, I think so. I think it's worth it because then we start producing this. We get higher quality modules here as well. We get better productivity as well if we want it. Yeah. And I also really like, this is a question earlier, but about like multi-tier. In this case, speed, and productivity. Oh, speed, and then quality here. Just spawn one, yeah, but then I have to kind of not destroy it. Trash unrequested. Minimum range. True. Anything coming in? Deliver 10? Should be coming in. No food. Come on. So odd why it's so slow. There they are. That one. Nom 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 nom. Oh, it also needs to output. Woohoo! What's the range of this one? It's enough, because it just needs to reach over here. Okay. Oh, right, I put laser turrets in here. Ah, I'm so clever. Nice, I had already thought about it. Sweet. Is there any risk when this spawner turns back, it gets accelerated? No, it does not, because it doesn't turn back into a hostile one. Yeah, you have to manually shoot it. It doesn't get shot at. Also, turrets will not shoot at it. These ones will, but not normal turrets will not shoot at. So, which is nice. So we're getting a little bit of this. This one doesn't seem to get anything. Why not? Oh, right. It's... Oh. That really... oh, okay. Well, there will be no trash, but there might be some explosive things. 100 seems like a lot of Biter eggs to have here. Hey, Kaiserman 2, thank you for the 7 months. It's a pain when you don't want it where it was. Is there a way to delete it? Yes, you shoot it. Trust me, I had built a lot. 330,000 I had to move. 330,000 fires, so that's divided by 100, so that's 1,000 spider nests that I had to manually go around and shoot with rockets. That sucked. It'll all be... I don't think it will, because these are actually consuming really slow. This is consuming 0.02, 0.02, 0.02. So it doesn't need to have very high flow on this belt, so... They are keeping up, because just that one in here. There's very little demand. Extremely low demand. Good. And this one is... I think one of these... This is producing 0.5. If I just do this part here... I have a surplus of biter eggs just like this. Just with one of these. So this is why I would say, yeah, you definitely want to do this. And then, what else would we want to do with this? They're not researched, but... now they are. It just means that it'll only produce these after a while. This one can't be built anywhere else, right? No. Just in this. Good. Funny how none of these exist. Huh. Well, whatever. So I guess we're not making these, but that doesn't matter. It's not really... It's not really important. It's just... but I do think that once we are coming back to Novice to capture the first biter spawner or two, set up this one to produce this, then we also need to go back and kill this and replace it with a better build. So that means this thing here, which is very much a legacy thing, is gone. All of this is gone. Yeah, well, yeah, it kind of is. Yep. So we have 2 belts here. That's the stuff we're producing, and then... Yeah. Let's see. Right-hand side in the direction of travel. There. These two are putting up, but... What is the point of keeping the red, green, blue, gray signs and numbers? Oh, it isn't. It isn't. You're right. Then it should be getting in here, but then we get ickiness here. Then we need 4 more outputs. Something happened. Fuck off. Does this work? Maybe. Okay. Good. Can you check if your blueprint for the landing block on Fogora and not the landing block basic? As the output left EM plant of electric. I'm gonna have to. You're gonna have to walk me through this. What you're saying? This is the landing block. If your blueprint for the landing block on Fulgora, not the landing block basic. I don't know what the landing block basic means as opposed to landing block. Oh, look at this. This is kind of filling up with interesting junk. It's the output for the left EM plant of electrolyte. Yes, this one is broken, right? This is the one you mean. It was only producing at half capacity. I really feel I've fixed that. Yeah, it is fixed here. Don't know why it's not fixed in the save game, but whatever. It's a whole mess of so the answer your question, yes, it is fixed in here. So it's fixed. Using an older blueprint. It's an older blueprint, but it checks out. So, what about Aquilo Science? Yeah. It's a good point, because we really need it inbound at some point. And the blueprint you have on Discord is the later version, not corrected. Yeah, that sucks. And here's the funny thing, you can't do that, what I just did. Actually you can, apparently. Fixed output of electrolyte. Good. Now I'm just doing it now because clearly I was not. Otherwise I'll never do it. And over in Discord. Ah, right. It said 1.2, but it wasn't actually 1.2. Now it is 1.2 that I'm... it's saved, it's a new blueprint, and it works. Maybe. Thank you for highlighting it. Okay, let's go over here and do some design on... So we should start considering these to be really expensive, obviously. So I guess we will already from the beginning... Will we just do max beacon? Then I don't really need a lot of these, I think. How fast are you? Research speed 30. Research speed 2. This context wise. Productivity 12. Productivity 40. So that means one of these is enough as 15 of these. Okay, so just kind of context of how big this was. I don't know how many I deleted, but I would guess. Okay, so let's say there were 15, then 3 rows, that's 45. So that would be like 3 of these would be equivalent. So we already have this module. We can just copy it from the megabase, which is easier said than done. Ah, nope. It's very easy, except, you know, it's a little bit too legendary here. There. And then we just have to unlegendarize it. Legendary power pole. There. Good. So this is the module. Let's have a look at what it looks like here. Oh. Seems fair enough, doesn't it? But then it has to split out like this. What? You want to match the science pack consumption. The old one was oh yeah. Okay, yeah, I was not looking at consumption. I was actually looking at production size. But yes, consumption wise it's so do we think that this is a decent block and just go like, hey, just build 9 of these and smash 1,000,000 beacons? Or is, like, what is the speed of this? No actual research. Why can I not actual research? There you go. .6 per second. That's not enough. We're producing actually maybe this is enough, because if we look at what we are producing initially at the other places here with these science facilities, like, oh, this is the uncommon version. If I downscale, no, if I downscale this one, then it becomes 5. That's a weird number. Oh, right, it didn't downscale that. I'd have to do it twice. Yes, I forgot. It becomes 3 point something something something, right? 3.255. So I can consume more than that with this, but is it... Only producing 1.5 space science. Yeah, but that's an easy one. That's an easy one to fix. But it's a good point. Will it work within a 3x3 block? I don't know what you mean by 3x3 block. Because this one is consuming more than it produces, but it also is consuming a hell of a lot of science, which maybe at this point you might not want to just go this crazy on science. Yeah, the belt, yeah. The other alternative is to kind of trim it down a little bit and then have not so greedy on beacons, but on the other hand, oops, nope, love that. Obviously, the most difficult part of this is actually getting the inputs and outputs done correctly. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bad chance that's gonna happen. This basically has to be done here somehow. In terms of placement, you could consider placing this in the old Navis red, green, blue. Keep this block for so long. Yeah. Promise I also then kill my ammo production. That's the only thing that's the problem with this, and also here, like minor thing. Yeah. That might actually be beneficial because it's easier to go here and then... No, I don't know. Might be actually kind of clever. Is this just way more clever than I usually do it? How the hell does that sort of just... It scares me that I potentially found something new. Because I've never built a design like this before. But it's crazy nice. I mean, it's so beautiful. I don't know what to say. This is ridiculously beautiful. How the hell can we just come up with something like this?
You have returned.
Huchi, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. How the hell does that just... I have no idea what's going on. I am honestly surprised because I feel that this is a design that I've... Like, I know I haven't done this design before, but I just really feel that this is a design challenge that I've faced many times before, but never really came up with a satisfactory solution or a Factorio solution. So I get 2 each. Oh, you can't. Oh, you can unload into that. Ugh. Never mind. We'll do it in another way. Ah, come on. That would be so lovely. No. Oh well. Have to click again. No, they're not the same. Actually, they are the same. Nice. They're not the same, but whatever. That looks nice. This looks ugly colors. That's a really nice belt weaving design. I love that I can still come up with new designs, and this one seems like to have solved an age-old question of just how do you do when you have things come in from the side? That's always like annoying. And then of course we trim the belts over here. Completely irrelevant, but whatever. And I always forget this one. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's picking up from the wrong belt. That's true. But do we like the idea of this, or do we? There's one thing that this one has going for it, and that is the fact that if I changed it to having 4 rows, then I couldn't use this pattern and having less beacons. Looks great. Yeah, I think so too. I think it looks amazing. And it's also producing at a decent pace now. Look at that. It's practically megabase level. Look at that. Science per minute. 386.7. Woo! Woo! Oh yeah. 387 divided by 60. 6.45. That's somehow. Oh, right. 387 divided by 60 is 645. Divided by 1.40, that's the productivity bonus. That is 6.4 is consumed. I would have gone straight into labs and then weave it like Prometheum storage. Huh? Weave it? Yeah, I don't belt weave. Oh, right, from the signs. Yes, I did. That's a good point. Hello. How are you doing? Exactly what are you doing here? Oh, right, it's because my... Okay. It's because I had something in my inventory and I was focusing on this one. I was just looking here. Well, I think this is fine, but then it isn't. Because this doesn't scale, I just realized how awful it is in terms of it not scaling. Because I can't just extend it out here. Well, let's say this one exists there. What else could we do? How? Until we get Prometheum science, this is an option. As soon as we have Prometheum science, this is no longer an option. And that sucks. But where you removed it's spoiled. I did, but it was just the wrong belts. But that's the principle is good enough. Yeah, see, that will not connect. The thing is, we're gonna have to be able to get something out. Spoilage out anyway. So already now there is some problem with it. That. So it could just do something like this, and then there would be a thing, maybe. The problem with this design is that it is exactly the same width as the other one, so I don't save anything on actually having it more of a slim build here. Yeah. Doesn't quite work. That's ridiculously slow. Do I have too many of these? No. That's just too many connections. Okay, that gets a little crazy here. So now this way I could get 5 in here, but would that actually be That would be a little bit more, significantly more than the other one. Yes. Okay, so this is significantly more, but now I can't do the same build here. And then Promethium. Well, Promethium and Aquilo Science has to come top to bottom, bottom to top, or something like that. This becomes insufficient upgrading to rare beacons modules. Aren't we at a point where this whole Nova space is obsolete anyway? Well, the science should be pretty non-obsolete, but I think that you have a really good point about upgrades. So this one would also be something we'd want to upgrade. So what if we... Good. But... damn it. Also put him into some random box somewhere. There. And then these. So let's see, with everything upgraded to rare quality, how fast is it then? 14.7. Been a fan for a while? What do you do for a living? This. And I have been doing this for 6.5 years full time. Or did. I did. I was 99 months ago. Well, not really. 99 months ago. That's when I started streaming on Twitch for the first time. 8 years ago. But that was not full time at that point. It was Factorio back then as well. I think. No, it wasn't actually. It was Darkest Dungeon, I think. Or XCOM. Oh, sure. I should have taken a break. Now I'm just gonna end a little bit earlier today. Okay, I think this one looks better. Well, I don't know. Is this better? It looks better, I think, but it performs a little bit better, but it's also just impossible to feed so many lines in here. Plus, I need an extra line fed in from the bottom. So this one is neat, but also impractical because it can't really get done. So I think that my answer to this design is, yeah, I'm going to do this. Actually, I'm going to do it. You can do it. Come on. Come on, buffer. No! Undo buffer. Why are you capped? There. Oops. Robot loads to the stage. I didn't like it for the old one, but I can see the point because we're talking about 5, 10, 5, that's 10. It's 30 per second. That's still 30 per second is too much to just... It can easily be done, but then it'll mean that the base becomes robot busy. And at this point, I mean, there's nothing preventing us from actually doing this. I could also just take the whole thing and just kill this. And then say, you know what, that's actually coming up here or down here. And then this thing here has to find a way. Whoops, that disappeared. I like this less. Yeah. I like this one. Just, I'm not tearing this down. It's there. It's not doing much. Whatever. We can come back to clean up. If I have to do the other thing, that means the whole storage location has to be moved and these belts have to be twisted a lot more. So, yeah. Isn't the new line design also possible for 4 links of belts of labs? No, I don't think it's. I mean, space-wise, I don't think we can fit it in here. Like, it's not even close to being able to fit. There, like it's way too big. So I'd have to sort of trim all that. So there is no room in the area. Right, in the city block, there's no room. And yes, there is a little bit of space around it. But this is extremely compact. So, yay. And then that means just, I can make the whole thing, or if I made the whole thing less compact, then there would be more room. But I like this. I don't think there's any problems with this. I don't think there's any, like, the only is the power consumption. It's a little bit scary, I guess, for this one. Yeah. Huh. And then, of course, I have to make sure that... Oh, it's so close that it's the right one. Just switching these two. There you go. Are you doing the vanilla signs on volcanoes? Yes, I am. Yeah. There we go. And somehow the orange signs disappeared, but that's kind of just weird. I messed up a lot with the save games for this, but I have it in blueprints and I have it in some old version of the save game. But the problem was that I was on the Twitch save, I was moving ahead, and then I had to sort of load an old save and make a masterclass, and then I made the next masterclass, and then suddenly they were basically at the same level, but one was made for masterclass and one was there, and I was like, I have to merge them back together. And then I just used the one for masterclass, and then all the other crap that I built for Twitch was just, I have it in blueprints, I have it in save games, I can always just go find it and put it in. Not so easy, but we make it. It works. There. Right. So what we've done now is we've built science. The new science here. This is my last hub that I built. Of course, this also needs to be upgraded, but we just kind of skip that when doing that. But what we can actually see, oh, here's an interesting thing. All of this is no longer needed. Oh, all this is no longer needed. Like, obviously, this still needs to come through. What an awful spaghetti mess here. This one still says something about what I want. That's weird. Oh, it's because it's using the same singular one down here. That one. And then we would just be able to do that. Don't want to do... I don't know. But that means we can replace this area. Obviously, it needs to be upgraded, right? But this area, we can build the stuff that we need Because what are the things we need? We need to make capture rockets. We need to make rocket torches. Are they coming in? They're probably coming in. I don't know. Or a carbon fiber. Yeah, I think we need to make this. Yeah. I don't know. That's kind of the things that comes to mind as we need to get that one. Which also means we need to make you. Refined concrete. We really don't have refined concrete here. That can't be true. That is very much true. Shit. I have completely skipped refined concrete on my starter base. Yeah, because I don't need it. I don't need it. Oh, I don't like that. I don't need it. Oh, man. That means we actually have to get in here or import it. Ugh. Yeah, there are definitely some things that we would like to get. 0.66, okay. These don't have a purpose outside. Well, this one probably has a purpose outside. Let me check. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, I think I've been a little bit naive here. We definitely need this. But we do have concrete somewhere on the belt, right? This is concrete, yeah. So we have concrete. We can get concrete. We can get steel. So we can make this and iron as well. Water is on the bus, so that's not a problem. So we do have everything around here which we need. Oh, it completed. Never mind. This is... There, it is available. Yep, okay, good. I'm just trying to see if there's something we don't have. Carbon fiber comes in. That also needs to get rocket launchers. Rocket. Easy. Tungsten. On by robots. There. Oh, also that one. Gets now into a certain build here. Explosives. We don't have explosives here, do we? We have sulfur on the belt. It's just kind of thinking. Did you make explosives by nuclear? No. Yes. Yes, I do. Nice, of course. So that just needs to be put into a box. Right, cool. Yep, thank you. And calcite will need to be brought in. And tungsten and try more tungsten. Uranium we have. Pyrex produced labs. Gears. Gears. Feels like there's some kind of iron inbound here. This needs iron, and this needs iron, this needs iron, this needs iron. So that means there. Because that means this can be an ironium belt. Yes, 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 yes. So they all need iron inbound, and then takes care of the gears as well. This is not enough. So I think this has to be built separately. As normal concrete. Ah, normal concrete is flowing in here. You need concrete and... Okay, so it's only this. And I know that this is not fast enough, but honestly, if we think about it, what was this one supposed to be? Oh, that was the gears. Okay. No, that's the gears. What is that? What the hell are you? Oh, right. That was this one. This is a one-time thing. Built it and too long. What was in the space you had? Yeah, old modules. Yes. So I'm just trying to see if there are good synergies for sort of placing things next to each other. This one has no synergy to anything, so. And this one has a little bit of synergy to some other things, right? Ooh. Again, more iron coming in. You remove the old green red belt. Yeah, I know this one, but that's easy to get in again. So that's why I ignored it for now. Then let's figure out what kind of belt we can get in here. I think we need to get this a little bit too down here. So what things do we want on this belt? This one, easy. Iron and green. That takes care of this. Let's get care of this. And takes care of this. Oh no! Oh no! Oh right, that's actually. Oh right, okay. Well, never mind. What the hell? You're up here. Oh, that was the concrete that was supposed to be down there. Right. But this one will now be sticks, which is also iron. Oh, this one should be next to that. Oh no. blue and steel. No steel. Blue. No steel. Steel, yes. And concrete, which is up here. No steel. Okay, so steel is okay and blue is okay, but those are up here. And concrete is okay. I don't know. This is... Oh, you've lapped 2 times, yes. Oh. I think this can be done in a slightly less awful way than what I've done so far. This is the big problem because it's just too slow. And then it needs steel inbound, which is technically up here. And it also needs blue. This needs... You need blue. You need blue. You need blue. Alright, so blue, blue, blue. Nothing. Like, these are all things that are coming in by... calcite. And the last one is the tungsten. Yes. Good. You need... You. That one also comes in. And these two should be coming unbuilt. Good. Let's see. What if this is just blue and steel? Happy. Happy. And you need also blue and steel. And then the carbon fiber. Our belt don't get gears. Phew. Yeah, that's true. Just felt so clumsy to do this. Just make a little box with all the cute things that everyone wants, but I haven't bothered to get them ready here. Oh, that one was already here, so let's not do that. What else? No, that's not that one. Carbon fiber. Calcite. Also blue, purple bars. There you go. Kind of. It's not fast, but it's something. You're getting this one? Blue sticks and concrete is coming from over here, maybe. Purple sticks. I think this is incorrect. Ugh. Definitely. Good. That cleans up a little bit. See? I think that looks better. Yeah, that looks better. That's feels like it's kind of a rhythm here. Mm-hmm. This is not final way of doing things, but it's just want to see that things get out here a little bit. Yes. Okay. So this one is missing steel. That's not a problem. And then it's missing concrete. It's kind of up here. $20 every 15 seconds. Okay. Okay, so I don't actually have a second one here. This makes this a little bit easier because then it can go a little bit up. Or actually, I can make it even nicer. I can almost make it nicer at least. Yeah. There you go. So oh, hold on. That actually gets the concrete and steel as well. Yeah, so if I get them really close... If I got this distance here, then I could also get from the top lane instead of bringing it out right next to each other. That kind of sucks. That means one level up. Can we do that? Okay. So now the question is... You need some... Oh, crap. You need some blue. That's still too high. Needs to go one up then. One more. Yeah? Because then I'm saying this doesn't need to be here. Okay, let's try it. Oops. You need nothing from up there. You need steel and blue. Okay. Blue is here. Steel is there. You need blue and steel. Okay. Blue is there. Steel is there. Nice. You need blue. There. You need steel. There. It actually ended up being not so awful. And we can always just add more modules to this one. Oh, it's only one steel, so getting steel up here, not a problem. We can actually do this if we're really concerned. And output belt here. Only 10. Underground to a green inserter. Don't know what that means. So we still have this as the unresolved. Yeah. Account for green inserters. I don't understand it, sorry. Underground for... No. Tesla turret for the lab production in case of spoiled battles. Yes! Good place, right? Just had planned for it all along. I still don't know. Instead of long inserter for the green circuit, you can underground in the... Instead of long inserter for the green circuit, you can underground. Like this? Do you think that's better? Then I'd much rather honestly have something like this. And that, to me, looks better. This to me looks better. Not bad. Oh, look at this. This one was actually... I don't need to have it. This one. Oops. It's already coming in here. Damn. Oh, and this one as well. Yeah, and messed up system now. Something like this. Yeah, because I was already getting it in here, then I don't even need to change anything if I just use the same one. Just let it go through, which kind of again makes this one a little bit interesting, because that means this belt could just be look at us jump. These little wee jumps here. Just trying to recycle what we can. This one. That's actually turns out to be a pretty neat design, except that. And. Yes. And there's also another one. This one also. So. It doesn't get it better than the combined belt, but now it's sort of, this is already there, this is already used, so why not just replace it like this? I think so. And then we need to control all the rest of it. Not the last one. So that we control it here by how many we want to make. And this one would also be... Definitely want this one to be better. Do we also want this one to be better? No, not this one. Definitely not. But it might be valuable to get a few of these. Yeah, no, I just didn't get around to it, but yes. This one, I don't think I want a condition on this. I think I also want this to be output, but just kind of... Yeah. That will now only measure the normal ones, not any legendary or the higher quality ones. Okay, so now I need to find this one. We're gonna add a new group. Gets novice icon. Gets hub. Gonna be the last thing we do. Then what is it gonna be after hub? Then it's gonna be what would this, what is the theme of what we just do? Oh, it lost the name. It's not actually after Aquilo. It's actually before Aquilo. Everything is before Aquilo, but then it's imports. Right, that's a very succinct name. Okay, and that means rocket turrets. That means that one. That means those are the only things we want, and I'm sure we'll find something else that we later on feel like, oh no, we also need this. 20 of this. 10. 20. And 20. Don't know if we need this, but let's keep those numbers. Let's see. -4, so that means don't build more. But I have 12 here. Yeah, extraplanetary. Yes, that's better. I have 10. Now this is what I have. I want 10. Why do I only want 10? What is the green? The green is what I have. Yeah, okay. The green is what I have. The red is what I want. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Red is what I want minus the green, which is what I have. If that's a positive number, then I want more than I have. Okay. There is no number here. So it doesn't seem like this was saved correctly. Oh, they go out here. Oh, crap. Oh, that's not good. So this is not actually where it's made. That means it should have its own. That's so odd. Why did it not have that? This comes into a radar. What goes back into the radar? Nothing goes back into the radar, it seems. Oh yeah, red one. The red one is the inbound. Why? Okay. So the radar is what I want. Yes. Okay, so radar tracks what I want. And then the green one comes in with what I have in logistics. And it's just still a mystery to me. Why is it a negative number? I have no idea what's going on. $10. There's just something really awful weird about this. I don't get it. It also seems super unintuitive. Does it change anything if I do this? I mean, this is definitely incorrect, but let me just see if I'm getting anything out. I'm still getting a hell of a lot of stuff out. Like, this makes no sense to me. Like, where's the red signal coming from? Oh, no, I have no idea. Maybe I have copied it somewhere else. Like, okay, yes, that is... It is correct. Damn it. Okay, so that's the... Only the stuff that... But what the hell? Who says -7? Like, what is this other thing coming in? Like, what are those rare quality things? Why are they here? What's that signal doing? Something else is putting a signal in here. There's something else going in on the red signal somewhere. And that is going to be a mystery for another time. Because I can't figure that out now, and I'm not going to do it right now. So there's a leak of a red signal into a radar somewhere. Crap, I only have 2 radars. Oh, these are on the production radar. These are not the actual radars. Oh, okay, never mind. That is going to be a mystery that we will never resolve. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow for some Hollow Knight. Hope to see you there. Where again quality? I have no idea. So it's a weird thing. Thank you. Good night. Take care. And I'll try to get a Mega Base video out for you tomorrow. Good night. Stay effective, everyone.